That's you. That's you.
God is good. God is good.
God is.
No weapon formed against us was prosperous tonight and any other night. Let me tell you, when I look back over my life, I have fallen. Okay, I went down for a minute. Actually, I tripped, fall, and got right back up. And that's all we all have to do. We have to get back up. And when we get back up, we look to the hills from which coming our help. Our help coming from the Lord who made heaven and earth.
Yeah.
And you're right, Tony. I had a massive stroke, 2 craniotomies, woke up from a coma on Mother's Day, not just any day. It could have been the day before or the day after, but God is so intentional.
Yes.
He does nothing by chance. We're not here by chance. We're here by choice.
Thank you.
God's choice. And let me tell you, before this day was planned, this event was planned, he had already ordered our steps.
Yes.
He knew all of us was going to be here tonight for such a time as this. The transformation, comes with temptation, but the transformation will always stay the course. We may dabble over to the right or to the left, but let me tell you, the transformation God has put in place for us, we've got to understand that all this that we're seeing right now, all of this stuff that's happening, and we try to explain it, but we can't. We can't, because that is not of God, and He is not going to bring us closer to anything that is not of Him. I have been transformed by the newness of my imagination. If you can imagine it, you can achieve it, because God would not show you anything that you could not achieve in long term. Now that's the trickster that's showing you something that's unreachable. It's unreachable because it's not for you. And don't be mad at your brother or your sister who seems to have more than you. That's not it. What they have is something different than God have planned for you. I have young people over in TikTok who let me in to their fold. And let me tell you, I went viral the first week I was there. Over 3 million views. But let me tell you, it wasn't because I had all of these followers. The young man who had those followers that came to me when I was shouting and I was praising God and I was saying all the right things, he saw it as an opportunity to make fun of me. And so people all over around the world were making fun of me. And you know what? God, what the trickster meant for my downfall, God turned it to my good. Another transformation. Do you see the reason? When you are obedient, and I was obedient by going to TikTok, even though my grandchildren said, Mom, you don't want to go over there. No, they will eat you alive if you go over there. And then when they got the call from their friend that grandma was in the shed room, first thing my children said, oh my God, look what they're doing to grandma. And I just smiled. That's a transformation. But it wasn't transformation. It was a positive transformation for me, even though the world may have as something different. And that young man who was I think a preacher's son, and he had to humble himself and come to me, and he was apologizing, but I said, baby, it's not about the apology. I say it's about what God brought, the grace and the mercy that he gives you, and what he did for me got me over 4,000 followers from that trickery. There was 4,000 young people who did not agree with that, who loved the Lord and came to my lives to tell me so. So, positivity, transformation can come from something that is not meant to be. And that was not meant to be on his behalf, but it was for God. And God knew what was going to happen when he sent me there. He knew exactly, and he knows what's going to happen with you when it looks like it's all over. God is going to make a way out of nowhere. So, y'all, I got my notes here, and I got my glasses, and I really can't see through my notes, and I don't even want to because the mood has changed. I had to go through so much to get on here. I'm gonna talk real talk about what God will do if we believe in him. The transformation can be phenomenal in your life. And I'm not saying that it's gonna come without any hardship or any wrongdoing. Because as you see, I went on TikTok and I had a lot of wrongdoing with me, but in the end, that's what it's all about. What did you do for God? Did you believe that no matter what happened in the end, God will get the glory of it all? And right now, when God said to me, it was time to do a book, okay, for Activate Your Faith. We've been on TV, we've been on podcasts, we've been on all that, but it was time to write a book. But it wasn't for me. It was for me to find 7 people, and I'm using the word find loosely because I didn't have to find them. God pointed them out one by one. And they were also overcomers who had tragedy hit them, some of them at very young ages. But they were the chosen ones. They were here by choice. Okay? There's a lot of things that happen by chance. But when you're talking about God, Father God, nothing happens by chance. And so the wonderful overcomers in this book activate your faith, witness a generational turnaround. And there were young people. There are young people. That's my book. All right. There are young people in this book who's going to tell some of you out there that are also young that God is still granting miracles every day, and they are miracles. We had a young woman who had an airplane crash and lived to tell about it. We have a young woman who had a stroke in her 30s. I know none of y'all will find that believable, but I was in the hospital with a young girl in her 20s looking like me. She had had a stroke. She wasn't even from this country. She was an exchange student working at McDonald's when she had a stroke. There is no time, place, or nothing that says you're too young. And I know everybody should know that by now, especially in the time that we're living in right now. There's some things that's going on, that's happening that seem unthought of. But until this world make a positive transformation and start to hear God for themselves. I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. God does this. I don't have an alarm clock. It's 3 o'clock on the dot. And when I get up, I go straight to the restroom because that's where we meet. And he downloads in me what's going to happen the rest of the day. And you know what? It's not necessarily for me. He's downloading it in me. Most of the time, it's for me to bring to someone else. And I go over to Clubhouse, and somebody there is waiting for Dr. Judy, Miss Judy, Auntie Judy, because they call me all of that. And they want to know. And so I start talking just at random. I start talking, and somebody will say, "That's for me. That's for me." That's the confirmation that I was waiting for. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Some of us out there, some of you out there are holding on to somebody's confirmation only because you're too afraid of what somebody might think if you start talking about what God has told you or what something has put into your heart and you don't know what it is. So you don't want them to think that you're crazy. Well, let me tell you, people are becoming more aware that God is talking to more and more. I mean, he's been talking all along, but people have not been listening. Well, I'm here to tell you, it's time to listen to God and stop listening to those out there who mean you no good. And as a matter of fact, what they are saying out there is that you don't need this, that, or the other. This is not going to happen to you. Girl, that don't happen to people in this little town. You might as well move with it. Forget about it. Transformation. Don't listen to that foolishness. God will do what he says he will do, because he's not a man that he should lie. And when I go over there to TikTok, they're waiting for me. These young people are waiting for me. And you know what they say? They say, Auntie, I'm depressed. Auntie, I have anxiety. Auntie, will you pray for me? I came here just for you to pray for me. And you know I do, but I like for them to pray with me. And so before we know it, we're all praying for each other. There was a young girl who told me that day was her first day in my life, and she was listening to me. Young woman with 2 children. One of them was a special need child. And she was up to here with trying to hang in there because her family had left her because she got pregnant twice. And they said, we can't handle this. That night, she was saying the same thing. I can't handle this. I'm young. I'm supposed to be doing something else. I love my children, but they're a handful. But after we pray in the whole group, I mean, you could see them coming in really fast. And everybody that stopped was encouraging her, telling her that God won't put more on you than you could bear. This was young people who seen a few things, been through a few things, knew what they were talking about because they would survive the storm themselves. And now here they were encouraging this young woman, and none of them knew her. And by the end of the evening, when we all went our separate ways, about a week and a half passed, and she came back. And she said, I didn't do it. I'm here. I want to say thank you. And my God, do y'all know the feeling when you influence a person? Don't have to be taking them their life, but when you influence a person who has given up or about to give up, in just a few words, a scripture. You don't even have to know what book it is and what verse it is. You know the words. Say them. And let me tell you, they will touch the life of whoever you're telling them to. And especially these young people, young people just want to hear the word. They just want to hear enough of it that they can resonate with, because they are resilient. I have found out that these young people are resilient and they are techno. Oh my God, they have showed me some techno stuff, and they are the future. So if we let our future slip out of our hands, my God. Look, I'm 67 and I got a lot more living to do. So I'm not going to let them slip through my hands. I'm going to be there to advise them. In turn, they're going to give me what I need. And maybe, just maybe, this world will do a turnaround. A generational turnaround is the word that God gave to me. Generational turnaround. And that is what the book is about. Activate your faith. Witness a generational turnaround. Who's with me for that? If this world, who we got that generational turn around, yes, that is, and look, thinking I'm saying that, you know,
We with you, Miss Judy. Excuse me, we
with-
with you.
We with you.
We with you, generational turnaround. Yeah, I had to pop in. We had to pop in on that one because you asked a question. Yes,
You speaking to us. You speaking to us.
Oh, God said, you just go there. You go there and they will come.
Wow.
They will come. Y'all, we are all in a position that we can make a generational turnaround for every generation, behind and in front. And they want to talk your language. They're talking our language as well as we're talking theirs. And all they want to know is, are you really interested in what I feel? Are you really interested? Or do you only want to talk about me?
Yes.
No. All you want to do is accuse me. All you want to do is see the worst in me. That's what they want to know. And until we tell them, baby, we've been where you are, different times, different place, but the same thing. So I'm gonna back up and I'm gonna lay back and I'm gonna say, baby, go ahead. Tell me about it. Tell me.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy day to you all. We're so glad that you're here today. Listen, you are in for a great time on tonight with our Spotlight Summit. Yes, I'm so excited that you're here because, baby, let me tell you, we have some dynamic speakers that's coming before you. And these speakers, they originated from a 30-day lives challenge. And let me tell you, they are packed with so much information and have so many gifts that I just wanted to spotlight them so the world can see them. And on today, we're going to start with our first speaker, which is Miss Talea Hollins. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, hello, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Miss Sheila Hill. You are a gem. You are wonderful, and I thank you so much for hosting this and having us. I am Talea Bradford Hollins, and I am first and foremost a woman of God. I'm a mother of three beautiful girls and a wife, and I am, let's see, I'll tell you what my why and how my story started. How about that? Um, so when my eldest daughter was born, she had lots of little issues, like little medical issues. And then as she got older, I noticed that she was not going to the bathroom, urinating the way most kids are when they're running around playing. This was back when we made them go outside. Now they in here working on those video games. But this was before that. So she wasn't one to go outside. She wasn't urinating, even after I had observed her drinking lots of water. So anyway, for the next, let's see, she was around 12. The next year for us was extremely frustrating, dealing with the medical community, not coming up with an answer. We did not get a diagnosis until probably a year and a half later. And then she was diagnosed with focal segmental glomerulosclerosis. That's a mouthful to say FSGS, and that is a chronic kidney disease. And then the doctor said something real stupid to me. He told me that my daughter would be expired by the time she was 18 years of age. Um, can you imagine? I don't know if you're not a mother or father and you've never experienced something like that, but a doctor telling you that your child will be expired like they were like a box of cereal on a shelf or something in your refrigerator. It just didn't sit well with my spirit. So um anyway, fast forwarding, we've been on this journey, and so we're even now looking. She's on dialysis, and we're seeking a kidney donor. So I want to put that out there, but that speaks to my why. So one of the things that led me to being an entrepreneur. I'm a public servant by profession, my career. I'm a licensed social worker and an administrator over a child protection team. I love children, have always been a strong advocate for children. Like, don't mess with the babies when I'm around. So um and so that's kind of where my profession led me. I was that kid as a small kid, bringing other kids home to mama saying, okay, how can we fix this? When they had problems. So it's kind of no surprise for anybody that I work with children, um, and work with abused children. So that's what I do. But realizing that I needed more and that my daughter needed certain things, I got interested in entrepreneurship. And guess what my biggest barrier was? One of my biggest barriers was credit. I had terrible credit, y'all. I did. I ain't gonna lie. My credit sucked. And so um it made me curious about how I could fix that and what was the fastest way. Because at that time, I didn't know. I didn't have a clue as to how to fix my credit, how to position myself to be able to, get things. So, anyway, long story short, that led to me learning about how to fix credit, how to dispute things on my credit report, how to raise my score quickly. And so, I found that other people, you know, that I had reached out to also did not know. So that led to what we now have today as leverage credit consulting. So, leverage consulting is a business that will help you to raise your credit score, but it will also take it further in helping you learn how to manage your money. Sometimes it's just that we don't know how to take care of what God puts in our hand. Um, there are certain funds, things that you get, resources, and we don't always know how to best manage that. So it also helps you with financial management, debt management. It's going to help you with business credit if you are an entrepreneur or you have your own business. Those are some of the things that we do here at Leverage Credit. So if you want to reach out, definitely hit me up. I'm going to ask you, can we talk about your credit? Because that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about your credit and we're going to try to get it together. We're going to get it in order real good. Okay. You can find me on Facebook, on Leverage Consulting on Facebook, and also Leverage Consulting on Instagram. In addition to that, I do have a business for website development, and that is called the Air Force One. Air Force is spelled HEIR. So hit me up. And in the meantime, make sure you are loving each other. Okay? Take care of yourselves.
Woo! Let's go. Yes. Take care of yourself and get that credit right. Okay. Leverage credit. Please reach out to her. And of course, all the contact information is in the show notes. And listen, for those who are new to the Sheila C. Hill Show, listen, we're all about lifestyle, entrepreneurship, and mental health. So there's so many things that we can talk about, but today is a special episode where we're highlighting these entrepreneurs who have so much to offer. And listen, they completed a 30-day live challenge on Facebook. And baby, it was not an easy task. So we are spotlighting them and showing them, listen, that you are worthy to be spotlighted on today. So thank you very much, Talia, for coming and speaking. You're a dynamic speaker and sharing your story. Thank you for giving us some insight on you and your journey, and many blessings to you and your family and your daughter.
Thank you.
Because we understand that just because the doctor says something, it don't mean that's the end of it.
That's right. That's right.
That part. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Amen.
All right, coming to the stage, we now have Miss Pretty Brown. Woo! Welcome to the stage.
Good evening. Good evening. First, I just want to thank all of you who took part in this journey with me. Your consistent support definitely carried me through this moment. I participated in this challenge during one of the hardest emotional times in my year for me, but it was necessary. In order to get comfortable, you have to be uncomfortable. So this challenge hit all of those points for me. Special thanks to Miss Sheila Hill and her team for allowing her light to shine and spreading that kindness to me. Everything you have done has been something that has definitely resonated with me and been such a pour into my journey thus far. I'm just honored to be a part of this community, and my growth within it is definitely because of you and your consistent support. I'm a survivor. I help other survivors accept truth, support their transitions into a new reality without judgment. And I'm the poster child for additional income sources, more recently known as the Hustle Queen. Most people know me to be associated with a variety of brands, whether it be Bedroom Candy, Generational Drip, which is my sister's clothing brand, or others that I do a lot of promo for. But in this challenge, I was on a search for myself, my brand, and what best represents me. So I'm Pretty Brown. 4 years ago, I had it all: a condo, a career, quality vehicle, and great life aspirations. After release from incarceration, my partner was killed by the Brooklyn Police Department. and this is in New York City. This was in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement and COVID-19. So in just 7 days of freedom, he was just gone in a swift moment. Our world as I knew it was no more. And after spending consistent years traveling and visiting and making sure that all of the components of his manhood was intact to prepare him for the free world, and all of it, I still feel like I came up short somewhere. But it felt like someone had blew my candle out. At the time of his passing, I had just extended my budget. I was on like $0, zero ideas how to fight through all the emotional turmoil of it. And ultimately, the depression of the loss and the failure really started to set in. You see it on the news and you read it in the newspapers, and all you can do is really empathize with other strangers until it knocks at your door, well, breaks your door down, as I like to say. To live and survive through the horror of this story, making national news and facing all the negativity behind incarceration shame, that I personally felt like came along with it, even though I wasn't the individual incarcerated. I humbly share my story with you. I had to face what I went through so another survivor can have hope, live, and love again. I had never experienced a level of grief. Um, and then to add the layer of the pandemic on top of it was just extra because you're not really going around anybody to take your mind away from it. Could I talk about it? Of course. Did I? No. I was used to hiding behind a smile and hoping for good things at the expense of like slowly like dying inside. I didn't trust my vulnerability to the people closest to me. I felt like I had already been enough of a burden for them. Sometimes when you look at the shame of incarceration, you feel embarrassed by um, it all, like a person that is incarcerated isn't human, and they are. Um, I definitely needed somebody or something to really keep me safe from myself. And that's a really honest statement. And idle mind is definitely the devil's breeding ground. And finding me, I chose to love me from the inside out. This included finding mentors, creating new networks for professional and personal rebuilding. I had to grab a full understanding of my purpose and encompassing that the only way out is through. As one of my mentors, Miss Dorner, always says, her story really carried me on many days. She has no idea how grateful I am that she had the courage to share it. And it's crazy because I reflected to this yesterday that I actually remember her making the post in real time when she did it concerning her husband. That's how long I've been following her. And in real time, this was actually in symmetry 2 weeks behind my loss. So her story, it really carried me. The fact that she found the strength to be transparent and open up about it a little bit. I was able to get on the internet, look at her, and really find the motivation to keep going. And my questions with God changed from why me, because I used to say this all the time, like, why me? Why me? I was an avid church goer. And then when I saw that post, it instantly switched to why not me? And I felt convicted because it said to me, it can be anybody. You're just one in the number. And because you're one in the number, I know that there's work God has for me. I also know he couldn't just trust anybody with this mission. It took tragedy to strike to kind of wake me up to my own grace and receive the love that I so desperately gave. I had to figure out that simply for myself, I love myself. Sometimes we can't get out of it out of fear of what we went through and then the feelings that it might reignite. Truth is, I accept it daily, something that is a conscious yet sobering choice, while slowly trying to carve a new narrative and a new future for myself. And like some of you here, I'm a mother too, so that's a new narrative for my child. I accept what God allowed, and I trust all my moments are seriously up to Him. I choose to move forward and look up. Happiness is a choice. This included self love and awareness activities, other opportunities. I joined as an affiliate consultant with Bedroom Candy Boutique. I could just love and spoil me at any given time. I needed to rediscover what that felt like again. Um, I could reinvent what sexy meant. And to me, I needed to do that. Could you imagine being in a relationship where you're separated like that? So, intimacy is a new experience. I could also use my passion for showing people how to generate income by doing what's required, loving themselves, and having a great time doing it. If you take nothing from this moment, please love yourself. Discovering me also came with the challenge of calling myself to a higher place in my community. I became a notary public for the state of Massachusetts and began campaigning in politics as my community was up to see the first Black mayor in this town. Another skill I could pass on to others and show them how to generate additional income while being the change we wish to see, because a lot of our families don't come from wealth. We have to generate that. And lastly, it came with the willingness to challenge myself to step out of my comfort zone. I did this by networking, joining other groups that positively fed my aspirations and were being led by capable individuals committed to servitude. I uplifted me on the days I struggled to find the confidence, and their confidence in me uplifted me while exposing me to a new individual venue of individuals who are assigned to educate through service. This included the 30-day challenge with Miss Sheila Hill. I encourage anybody, if you didn't take it, to take it because it's going to kickstart everything you are trying to do. As a survivor, I'm aware that what didn't kill me definitely made me stronger. And being able to share that story on this stage with all of you openly is a direct reflection of my survivorship. To hear more about my story, you can check all the streaming platforms for Pretty Brown, How Lyric Speaks the EP, and pre-order my new book, set to release for January 1st, 2024, What Doesn't Kill You. It's exclusively on Amazon. You can follow me on Facebook, Pretty Brown, and you can follow me on Instagram at I am Pretty B Official. Thanks for listening.
Let's go. Yes. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you for being transparent. Thank you for allowing your story to resonate with so many people who are in this situation and teaching them that there is life on the other side. And the only way to go through it is going through it. The only way out is through. But listen, I didn't hear you mention your single, your song.
So I have an EP that's in symmetry to this book that's being released. The EP actually came out first. It was released 3 years ago now. So it's on the major platforms if you look at it. It's called How Lyric Speaks. The main single, the main feature off of that was Stolen Dreams. So it's like a lyrical poetic piece if you actually hear that. And then it's the rest of the project. There's a few other songs that are in symmetry to this book because it kind of gives a picture setting for some of the things we did experience together. I did just recently put out another single. It's called Love at First Sight. It's just a little fun tune. If you're familiar with Carl Thomas, I Wish, it'll definitely give you a little sassy vibe. So just go check it out if you're feeling yourself and have fun with it. You know, it was a song we chose because, you know, sampling is getting popular and TikTok is trending. So we wanted to try something different with the music.
Okay, awesome. So we can have that in the show notes, a clickable link so people can follow that. Okay. Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing. And listen, your strength resonates so strong and you continue to make that difference because everything that you went through, you build it as a foundation to your next, and you get ready to level up, sis. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate it. Woo! Honey. My God. I tell you, that's a powerful. You all have some powerful stories. And I just don't want it just to stay here. I want you all, and listen to all my listeners, they are available for speaking engagements. They are available to be booked on your shows, on your podcast, on various places. So reach out in the show notes for all of our speakers. We're going to have several parts. I think we have maybe 6 parts to this Spotlight Summit. So you will be blessed and you will be motivated and inspired and empowered to get in contact with these speakers. All right, next to the stage, we have her backstage. She's getting ready to come forward. Miss Jennifer Hall.
Hello. How goes it, everyone? So, I'm Jennifer Hogue. I am your TEDx Talk speaker, international author, and I'm one of those individuals that really seeks to find the silver lining in those dark spaces. But beyond that, what I have in common with every single person on this planet is that I'm a human being. And as a human being, there are times that we may get overwhelmed, overthink things, feel like we're behind. Just life is lifing and it gets to be too much. And I have found myself in that situation. And there's this one particular time where I told my friend, I was like, I feel like I'm running around in circles and I'm not getting anywhere. Now, I'm pretty sure you've probably said this to yourself a time or two, probably to some of your friends, family members, coworkers, or even just to yourself, right? Running around in circles, not getting anywhere. Well, when I said this to one of my friends, she said, then stop moving. And that sounds so simple, but when you have all these things going around, you're not thinking about stopping because you just can't. You can't, because if you do, what's going to happen? This is going to fall, that's going to fall, this is going to fall. But what happens if you fall? Then everything falls. So it was in that moment, I was like, you know what? You're right. So I thought of this phrase: pause, breathe, believe. Now, a lot of times when we go through things, we want to skip the first step. And the first step is what? Pause. Because we can breathe, take a deep breath. Okay, all right, got to keep going. And I believe that, things are going to keep going, and it's going to turn out to be the best. But it's that first step, the most important step. Pause. Why is pausing so important? Because that is your moment to reset. When you pause, you choose when to pause. You can get certain things to a point where you can step back for just a moment. Because if something was going to fall apart in 15 minutes or in 15 hours, baby, it was going to fall apart anyways. Okay. So there are times that you just have to let go and remember yourself first. So the very first step is to pause. And when you take that pause, you are able to take that moment to assess everything that's going on, what's important and what is not. Because sometimes we get caught up and all of the things that people give to us. And, oh yeah, I'm gonna get that, or I'm gonna do that, and you overextend yourself. And once that happens, you're in that cycle, you're in that spin. Pause. The next thing you have to do is breathe. Just right with me right now. Take a deep breath. The deeper it is, the slower you let it out, the more you can feel your entire body relax. It's necessary because you're probably running around, shoulders probably all up to your ears, back a little hunched over because you're always in the move. You're always running. You're always going. Pause. Breathe. Take that moment. Feel it. This is for you. This is all for you. This is for your heart, mind, body, soul, and spirit. You take that breath. You take several, but you pause and you breathe. Once you've done that, there's a lot of things that are around you that feel a little more still. You feel a little more in control. Now, it's time to believe. It's time to believe that the things that you are choosing to focus on are worth your time and energy. It's worth maybe the sacrifice of the late nights and the sleep, for all my entrepreneurs out there, for all my aspiring business owners, for all my students who are kicking butt and taking names because they're ready to make a difference in this world. You have to know that the choices that you're making will be the right ones for you at the right time. But knowing yourself and believing in yourself and believing in what you're doing, not because you're doing it for everyone else, but because you were doing it for you. You have to do it for yourself first, because if you constantly put everyone in front of you, when is it your turn? It's never your turn. So you got to turn this back on yourself. So what are the steps? Pause, breathe, believe. All right, y'all. It's what I wanted to tell you all. I know how important that is. It seems real simple, but it actually takes a lot of time, because when you start to work something new into your life, it's a little uncomfortable. You're a little unsure, especially if no one else is doing it. No one else has ever told you to pause, breathe, and believe before you met me, Jennifer, right? But now this is our chance to work together on a daily basis with me just dropping that little gem in your ear. So I want you to pause, breathe, and believe. Whenever you feel like your world is going out of control, it's just spinning in circles, pause, breathe, believe. When you having a hard time at work, you're having a hard time at school, you're having a hard time at home, and you just don't know which way you should go, pause, breathe, believe. All right, y'all. So if you want to hear some more of these type of gems, several places you can find me. Find me on Facebook under Jennifer Hogue. I will be there. You can follow me on YouTube, Small Steps, Major Moves, as well as on major streaming platforms, Small Steps, Major Moves. We are here to work together because at the end of the day, there is nothing about you that needs to change, but there is so much left to be discovered. So let's do it together, y'all. Love you all.
Let's go. Yes, Miss Jennifer Hogue. Listen, that's Hogue, how to spell it. And when she was saying major platforms, is for her podcast. So please tap into her podcast, Small Steps, Major Moves. Pause, breathe, believe. If you can incorporate that in your life, believe me, you will go many, many miles further than you can even imagine. Oh my goodness. Thank you all for being a guest today on the Sheila C. Hill Show doing this Spotlight Summit. We're so glad to have you as our special speakers on this evening. Listen, and I'm going to tell you, for the listeners, please tap into these speakers. They're dynamic, they're going places. Listen, they done been places. That's why they're here to help you get on through life, because baby, they have some value. They are super dope, and it is time for you to tap in, whether you're in a different country, whether, because listen, the Sheila C. Hill Show is in 14 countries right now, and we're part of CTR Media Network, which has listenerships over 450 million households. So listen, that's why they're here being spotlighted to share on your platform as well, to inspire your following. So this is why we're here today. So thank you very much to our speakers. And listen, for our audience, if you are new and this is your first time on the Sheila C. Hill Show, welcome. Hola, bonjour, all of that. Thank you. But make sure you subscribe so you can catch all of this goodness on this show, okay? And if no one's told you this, you are loved and highly appreciated, and your life is worth living right here. So let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Bye-bye. Smooches. Love, peace, hair grease.
Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the proud founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More provides training to communities that need more awareness training on the hush topic: sexual assault, domestic violence, sex trafficking, child sexual abuse, incest. We talk about all those topics in the community that people have a hard time discussing. And then we support survivors when they're ready to come forward and share their story, because that you have a right to tell it. We provide resources. We have a listening ear, so you can reach out to us at any time if you're going through anything, and we're here for you. So that is the whole premises behind Hush No More. So tonight, I am honored to have Crystal Fry here with me today. She is phenomenal. I just love her to death. And I'm excited because our topic tonight is one of those things that you're like, should I listen in? You know, what this is going to be about. So it is her or me. One has to go. So Crystal, welcome. I would love for you to introduce yourself to our audience.
Thank you, my dear. It is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me and giving me this opportunity to be here with you. So yes, an introduction. My name is Crystal Fry. I serve as an empowerment coach for women. Specifically, I am working with women who happen to be entrepreneurs as well. And what I do for those women who are in my space is I help them realize, because a lot of us don't, that they indeed are good enough to do exactly what it is that they want to do. That everything that has been placed inside of them, their dreams, their desires, they didn't come from nothing. They were placed there with a reason and with a purpose. But most of us struggle with understanding that we deserve to have our desires fulfilled. And that is right in with our topic for tonight. You know, it's her or me, but one of them has to go. And, you know, this came about from my own experience and getting into that space of, I realized one morning as I was looking in the mirror at myself that, you know, there was her, and she was beautiful, and she was fabulous, and she was funny, and everyone liked her, and everyone wanted to be around her, and she was fantastic. And then there was me, and I didn't like me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you probably don't have to look too far to realize that I'm talking about the same person. Mm-hmm. But it was the me that I didn't want anyone to see. It was the me who was vulnerable. It was the me who had flaws. It was the me who did not want to get out of bed in the morning. It was the me who was very frustrated when no one could tell me in my house what they wanted for dinner. It was the me who would get angry about things. It was the me that I didn't want anyone else to see. I wanted to be her because everyone liked her. And maybe not everyone would like me. But here's the deal. You can't have them both. Not and truly be happy. So that is the it's her or me. And that's such a big topic to dig into tonight. So I'm so excited to be here with you.
Yeah, it is a big topic, and a lot of us can relate, not just women, but men too. We lead these false lives. Like I always tell people that I have a smile that people would love, but in the inside, I was broken. And so I definitely relate to that. When you told me the whole premises behind why you speak and where you've been, I was like, man, that is me. We have to talk about that because I meet people every day that are not living true and authentic, and they have a smile but they're broken, and
Yes.
have to choose which life. Why do you think that you were in that place? What made you get into that broken place?
Oh, there were a lot of things, really. I've done a lot of work in examining, examining like what led to this, because for me, I didn't grow up with anyone telling me outright, you can't do this, or, you're not good enough. I don't ever recall anyone saying the words to me, you're not good enough to do whatever. There were a couple of places where I pinpointed some things. And I will, throw this out here and just say, almost everything that we experience as we come to be adults, almost all of our beliefs and everything that we see, how we see ourselves, all of those things, they stem back from different parts of our childhood. Mm-hmm. Because that's where our belief system starts. We absorb what we see. When we're children, we do not know how to filter it. We simply take it in as it is. And that forms our perception. It forms our belief system. And so there were a couple of little tiny things that I was able to kind of look back and see, oh, wow, that could have been a point. For instance, when I was a child, I loved to sing, right? Like I am a huge, my childhood singing idol was Tina Turner. No joke.
Too.
Oh my gosh. Put on some Rolling on the River and you have one little girl who is prancing around and can't sit still. I mean, I was absolutely in love with her. And so I would sing all the time. And I can't remember I was in my room one day and I was singing and I had like headphones on and I think I had like a portable compact disc player, or it might have been a Walkman, it's back in the day before like iPods and stuff like that. But I was singing to myself and I can't remember if it was my mom or my sister who said something. It wasn't like ugly, but I wanted to be a singer. And the comment was, oh, well, you got to get a real job. It wasn't like you're horrible, but those small little things there, we take those into ourselves and we process them as, oh, well, I can't be a singer. I can't pursue that because that's not a serious job. That's not something that is going to be acceptable, because that's what we want. We want to be loved and we want to be accepted. It's a basic human desire, is to have that human connection. And so what we do is we grow up and we start to, because, when you look at children, they're free, right? They don't care what you think about them. They will dance around. They will prance around. They will say and do things. They are free. As we start to get older and we start to actually pay attention to how people respond to us and what those interactions look like, if we say or do something that does not result in love, affection, praise, approval, then our child minds look at that and equate that with, oh, well, that's bad. I shouldn't do that. If it's not going to get me the attention that I'm looking for, then I shouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. And so as, just going through my life, I've always been I've always been a people pleaser, but I've always wanted to make people happy, right? I've always wanted to help people. I've always wanted to make people happy. And so that is how I learned to find and grow affection. I learned that if I wanted to be liked and accepted and loved, then I needed to do things that made other people happy. Didn't matter if it made me happy. It just needed to make them happy. And that is a pattern that I established very early in my life because, again, I was a helper, right? Like I was the teacher's pet. You know, like I was the one who stood up and took names when the teacher left the classroom because I wanted that adult approval. And so that really led me down a path where I hate to say that I woke up one morning. It was really kind of a slow realization for me that I didn't even know who I was because I'd spent my whole life trying to be what it was that everybody else wanted me to be so that they would like me. And there was no, you know, that me that was in the mirror, the one who got angry, who had kind of a bad temper, who just really was in that space of trouble, just troubled because I had no identity of my own. I mean, I was really just kind of in that place of I wanted to be her because everyone liked her. She was what everyone wanted, but she wasn't me. She was like the mask so that everyone would like me. And, you know, as it turns out, like I'm really a pretty cool individual, like me, you know, like not even her, like me. I'm pretty cool, right?
So when you realize that you didn't know who you were, and I will tell you, a lot of us do not know who we are at certain stages in our lives. You know, we transition from teenage, you know, child, teenager, you in our 20s. I am definitely not the woman that I was in my 20s. Thank God.
Absolutely
You know,
not.
our 30s, we're still trying to figure it out. By 40, I'm like, yes, I think I have it. And then I talk to my friends that are in their 50s and 60s, and I realize that I'm still learning, and I don't. You know, and then if you're in a marriage, if you get a divorce, when your children are grown, who are you outside of children and your husband, your wife, you know, outside of your job? Who is this person?
Yes.
And nobody tells us how to find it. Nobody tells us that other people experience the same. Like you feel like you're the only person that is lost, and you might be transitioning through in your career, you know, and what's next. And so I really like the fact that we're talking about it so that people know that they're not alone. This happens to all of us.
It really does. It really does. This is not a unique journey. It's not a unique situation to find yourself in where you don't really know who you are. Because, I mean, I have a girlfriend of mine who her kids are now grown. And just recently she said to me, you know, I'm kind of having fun rediscovering what I like now that, you know, my kids aren't here to dictate, you know, like who's going to eat what for dinner, you know, like what do they like, all of those things. And I look at that and I think to myself, yeah, like I don't want to wait until my children are gone, you know, until they're grown and out of the house before I start really enjoying the things that I like, regardless of whether they like them. I live in a house full of male people. Okay. I have 2 sons and a husband, and my dog is male too. So it's just like, it's good to be queen. Okay. There is no princess. It's good to be queen. But the thing is, it's like, we're very different. We are very different. Like, take food, for instance. I happen to like food that's pretty decently healthy most of the time. I also like cookies. I like cookies a lot. But, you know, like I will eat like greens and I will eat kale. I like kale. My kids and my husband look at me like they're like, why? You know, like, why? I'm like, because I like it. But we don't like it. Why am I not making you eat it? I want to eat it. So that's fine that you don't like it. And I think a lot of times we struggle to get to that place where it's okay for me to like or dislike things that are different from the people in your house or the people in your job or the people that you are, that you closely associate with, whether it's friends, family, whatever. It's okay to not have the same goals, to not have the same objectives, to not have even the same opinion, dare I say it. I've been married for 18 years. Let me tell you, my husband and I differ opinions on a lot of things.
Right.
And that's okay. That's okay, because we're aligned on the things that really matter, on the important things. We have sometimes healthy debates, we'll call them, on other things. But, when you realize that you're in that place where maybe you don't really know who you are, know that you're not alone, and know that you don't have to go through the process of figuring it out by yourself either.
You don't. How did you figure it out? How did you get, because we haven't really figured it out completely, right? We're still growing, we're still learning.
You never arrive.
Right. And that was kind of sad. I was sad the day that I realized that I'm never going to arrive. Like I'm always going to be learning. I was like, are you kidding me? Do I still have to go through life? You're still learning. But what was that moment that you said, I have to find me? What made that day special, that you started having a voice, that you started speaking up, that you started saying, it's all right if you don't agree with me, I have an opinion? What sparked that for you?
So I spent a very large amount of my life trying to figure out my purpose. I grew up in church. I've always had I think I mentioned to you when we were talking before. I honestly believe that I was created for comic relief, because the conversations that I have with God are really pretty hilarious. I honestly think that that's part of my role here, is to make him laugh. And I'm cool with that, because he who laughs at himself will never run out of good material. But for me, I struggled so much to try to figure out what I was supposed to do. What was my purpose? And that really, it bothered me for a very, very long time. And several years ago, I was fortunate enough to be invited to a very small, intimate group setting, all women. There were about 20 of us there, 20, 25. And it was hosted by a very, just like the other half of my heart. And I can't even call her, I call her so many things: coach, mentor, friend, sister, she's all the things to me. And she asked a question of the group. And the question was, if you could ask God for one thing, what would it be? And the immediate word in my mind was hope. Now, here's where the comic relief comes in, because as soon as that came up in my mind, my internal dialogue went, hope? Why would I ask God for hope? I don't need hope. I'm not hopeless. This whole dialogue. Okay. That was actually the catalyst for me to start digging in, because I couldn't get it out of my mind. It was there constantly. And so that actually led me into taking her on as my coach and digging into why I was feeling this way, why I was feeling like there was something missing. There was a woman there that night who actually put a name to it. And when she said it, I about fell out of my chair. She called it the divine ache. And I was just like, oh my gosh, right? The mind blown emoji went off in my head, because that's exactly what it was. It was this piece that was missing. And as I was working with her, I realized that the piece that was missing was me. It was the me part, not the mom, not the wife, not the employer, not the friend, not the sister, not the daughter, not all of the roles that I had. It was me, the core of who I am, because I'd pushed her down and I buried her deep, because I didn't feel like she was what anyone wanted. She's not what people wanted to see. And so that really started me down that path of discovery, is really what it was. And I kind of laugh when you said, you're a little sad the day that you realize that we don't arrive. Like,
Right.
we never get there. Like, we don't. We're constantly evolving and growing. And, interestingly enough, as you look at the ages, I was just reading earlier today in a book that said most people who find, like true, real success, it doesn't happen until like they're between 40 and 60. And not necessarily, people in careers or things like that. Yes,
Right.
that too, but in our own lives, like we don't even really get to know ourselves that well until we get older. Why? Because we stop caring about what people think about us.
But nobody tells us that. Everybody tells you that you'll go to high school, you'll finish college, if you do go that route, and then you're going to have this amazing career. You might be a doctor or a lawyer. They have this plan for you, but that is not life. And I wish that we could mentor our children to tell them that is not what life is. It's not this automatic path. Our experiences play a big role. So
Yes.
I want to ask you something. What is the name of your coach? Who is your coach?
Oh, her name is April Lewis.
April Lewis. Okay. So
Yes.
April Lewis, thank you so very much for pouring into Crystal.
Yes, my love.
So you gotta,
really. And like just what you said just now is so very accurate. Like our path, oh my goodness. Listen, when I was in high school, I met my husband when I was in high school. So I'm one of those very rare, lucky people who actually met and married my high school sweetheart and have somehow managed to maintain my marriage. Okay. And I'm just going to say that because it's definitely had some highs and some lows. So we'll just leave it at that. But in that process, like when all of my friends were applying to colleges and, I took the SATs, I did all of that stuff. I was a super great student in school, of course, because I needed to people please, right? And people wanted to see good grades. And so I made sure I got them. But as people were, deciding what they were going to do, I wanted to be a housewife. Like I wanted to get married and I wanted to have my babies and I wanted to take care of my family and I wanted to wear pearls and vacuum my kitchen. You know what I mean? Like 1950s, leave it to Beaver, right? Like that was what I wanted because I'm a caregiver. I want to take care of my family. That's what I wanted to do. I definitely could have gone to college right out of high school and I would have gotten scholarships and I would have, taken a whole different path. I didn't go back to school. I didn't go to college to get my degree until I was like 30.
Yeah.
I was like 31 maybe when I decided that I was going to go. I was working full time, had 2 kids, had extracurricular activities, everything else. I could only take 1 class at a time because that's all that. So it took me 5 years to get my degree. And through that whole process, like, honestly, I'll be quite honest with you. I don't even know why I did that. I do know why I did that. I did that because that was what was expected. I needed to get a degree.
Yeah, you had to have a degree because people thought by 30 you should have a degree. Yeah.
Yes. So I needed to get a degree so that I could be an adult, right? Like, because adults have college degrees. Oh my gosh, really? Like, do you know how many people have dropped out of high school and are millionaires now? The path is not traditional for everyone. There's nothing wrong with the traditional path, but we definitely need to stop telling our children that that's the only way they're going to be successful because it's just not true. And you leave them with a false sense of they need to do X, Y, and Z, again, in order to be accepted and to be loved and to have that connection with people. So my oldest son is 19 years old. He just actually, this past weekend, I was able to speak to him. He's been down at Parris Island in boot camp for the last 3 months. And so that was his chosen path. Like, we didn't actually have anything to do with that. He made that decision. And my younger son is in middle school, and Lord only knows what that child is going to do. Like, he's the rogue. Like, he's the one who's just going to, whew, very creative mind. It's beautiful to see. And so I fight myself sometimes when I look at like his grades, because they're not like all A's all across the board. And I have to remind myself, you know what? That's really not that important. Like, he's learning, he's learning. What's important is that he's learning and he's growing. It's not important that he make principals list all through his, elementary, middle school, and high school career, because who cares? I mean, like, seriously. And I'm not saying throw out education. Please don't please don't get me wrong. But when I was in college taking my classes, I maintained a 4.0 GPA halfway through that 5 years. The first A- I got, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I am not joking.
A lot of us have felt that way, right?
I thought I was going to have a heart attack. It dropped my GPA to a 3.98. And I thought the world ended. And my husband, bless him, looked at me and he said, babe, nobody cares whether it says Magna or Summa or anything else. Nobody cares. No one's going to look at that. Nobody cares what your GPA was in college. And that hurt my feelings. And then I realized
that he was right.
He's right. So I learned to let some of that stuff go. And I'm much happier for it. I will say that I'm much happier with a lot of the things that I've let go. So
a lot of times we look at what we think other people are thinking of us. A lot of times they don't even think that, right? And so stop being worried about what other people think. Stop being worried about what your family think. You have to stop worried about what your coworker thinks, your friends. I am still achieving this. Like, it's something I'm still working on. Like, Crystal, I was going back to school for a second doctorate. I'm going to be very transparent. And I wanted to do it because I wanted to learn about different religions. And I thought that I'd be able to counsel people, from a religious base, whatever your faith is, I could talk to you about it. Right?
Yeah.
But then I also did it because people kept asking me, do I have a degree in counseling? So I am a business major. That is my thing. I love business. I thought that I was going to be in New York City at some print marketing advertising firm. And that was going to be my dream job. I was going to wear a suit to work every day. I am so far removed from that. But God, right? Yeah. So I started thinking that I needed to have this image in order to have a nonprofit, in order to help survivors. When I tell you, this was like 2 months ago, I decided, well, I'm just not going to finish. I'm not happy. I don't like it. It's not for me. And I was doing it for the wrong reasons. And how many times in our lives are we doing things for the wrong reasons? Why are we on a job that we absolutely hate? We're doing it for the wrong reasons. And so I want to live my life now where I'm saying it's her or me. One got to go.
That's
I'm
right.
not going to be that person anymore. I am who I am. Either you're going to accept me or you're not. Like, and I'm really embracing that. But I have to check myself sometimes. Are you doing this, Vanessa, for yourself? Or are you doing it because of what other people think or want you to do? And we have to look at that in our lives.
You are so all of the things. Like, I need to throw up hearts myself. Like, if anyone is like, anyone who's watching this right now, like, you need to throw up like all of the heart emojis right now for that, because it's true. And here is the kicker about all of that. When that light bulb moment happens, when you stop for long enough to shut out the opinions of other people, and you said it exactly right. Your perception of what other people's opinions are, because that's really what it is. Because I'm going to give everyone a little secret right here. They're not thinking about you. They're not. Do you want to know why? Because they're doing the same thing you are, and they're thinking about themselves and what other people think about them who are not thinking about them. It is the most ridiculous, and I can say this from the rooftops, from the bottom of my whole heart, because that was me. Everything I did was based on the opinion of someone else, my perception of someone else's opinion, my whole life. Oh my gosh. When I look back at that now, I'm like, girl, what was wrong with you? Because that created in me a person who was absolutely miserable, because everything I did was not for me. Nothing I did was for me. Nothing was for my happiness. And again, I always kind of feel like I need to like put an asterisk by half of the things that I say and tell people, please understand, like, I'm not advocating that you become this selfish ogre, and you never care for anyone else. No. It's not about that. It's about prioritizing yourself in your life. It's about filling your cup all the way up so that what you're giving is from your overflow, not you're dumping your cup out and there's nothing left for you. It's about filling yourself up to the brim. It's about finding your peace, your joy, your happiness, because honestly, that is the very best way to help other people around you. It just, bottom line, it is. Again, I can only say that from my own experience, because prior to going through the journey that I went through, I would have looked at someone who said exactly what I just said, and I would have been like, oh, well, someone's full of themselves, aren't they? Yeah. let me just do everything for me, but that's not what it's about. It's about understanding, coming to that place with yourself, because you don't get away from yourself. You have to live with you 24/7, 365, all the days of your life. Everyone else could go away. You have to live with yourself. You spend more time with yourself, obviously, than you would with anybody else. So why are you so worried about making everybody else around you happy? Why are you not putting that same focus on making yourself happy so that your life can be happy, regardless of what is happening around you? So I ask my clients two things. Actually, I ask them a lot of things, but two of the things that I ask them, what do you want? And I'm not talking about like, oh, well, I would like to have we can get to the, I would like a bigger house or a different car
Right.
or a different job. Like we get to that. But at the very basic level, what do you want? And then after they've thought about that for a little bit and they've chewed on that and they've been able to kind of, think about that a little bit, my second question for them is, why do you want it? And just those two questions create so much space to really get to know who you are. And it allows you to start looking around and saying, well, if this is what I want, if I want peace, use that as an example. If I want peace in my life, why do I want that? Well, because it's going to make me a much more relaxed and happy and fulfilled, joyful person. All right, great. That's perfect. So now start looking around your life. What disrupts your peace? What's currently disrupting your peace? Is it that girl that you can't really get away from because you don't really like her all that much, but you kind of feel like you got to keep her around because everybody else likes her? But every time you talk to her, it's like, oh my God, the world's ending. And, she's like Chicken Little and the sky is falling. Every single time you talk to her, her whole world's blowing up every time you talk to her. Like, girl, you should have blown up, like 3 years ago. Like, you're still running around. Like, find something else to do. But it allows you that space to start really looking around and deciding whether or not things, people, places, jobs, fill in the blank, whether they really are pushing you forward toward that thing you said you wanted, or whether they're actually pulling you away from it and preventing you from getting it.
I love that. So those are two questions that all of us can use in different areas of our life. So you could look at your career, you could look at your family, your friends. You really can just evaluate your whole entire. So like I could see circles and bubbles, right? That I'm trying to evaluate each part of my life. And it's so important. And people will tell you the opposite of what you really want if you listen to them, right? I
Yes.
knew that I wanted to leave my government job, and people will say, you shouldn't leave your government job. You should retire. It's something that you should stick with. You know, you should be thankful that God gave you a job. And I'm like, no, I want to leave my government job, right? Because it didn't make me happy anymore. I knew that's not where I wanted to be. But other people will take you from your what and why.
Yes.
And so we
Yes.
have to be careful about that we stay true to ourselves and not let other people. Once we figure it out, we know people will distract you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's part of the reason why so many of us take so long to actually get to know ourselves. Because so I'm a very visual person. I'm a very imaginative person. And as you start talking about bubbles, and instantly my imagination starts popping up bubbles and like dumping things into them. So, I am one of those, like, if you say, don't think about a pink elephant, bam, there it is. There's a pink elephant. So, but as you are thinking about that and processing that through on what do you want and why do you want it, as you start to look around, you start to realize that a lot of your early life, like teenager, 20s, even into your 30s, a lot of it, you've actually kind of been inside a pinball machine. And you're that little silver ball. And you get shot off like a rocket, and oh, this looks good. Nope, this looks good. Nope, this looks good. No, and all of the bumpers that are in there, they're different people giving you your opinions. You should go to college. You should get a real job. You should wait until you're 30 before you get married. You shouldn't have kids. You should have kids. Why don't you have kids? Why aren't you married yet? Well, and I'm telling you, like I took the path of, again, my story allowed me to get married when I was 20 years old. That is my story allowed me to get married when I was 20 years old. I have a good girlfriend who, and I had my children early. I wanted to. It was my choice because I laughingly, but really seriously, was like, by the time I'm 30, like I want to have all my kids by the time I'm 30, because when they're grown, I still want to be young enough to do something and enjoy my life, right?
Right.
Totally committed to devoting that 18 years or however many it was going to be to raising, this child. But I don't want to be like 70 when they move out of my house. Like, again, my path, my journey. I have a very good girlfriend who she did college and, pharmacy school and career and all of these things. And she didn't get married until she was, oh goodness, well into her 30s. I don't think she had her first baby until she was maybe 36, 37. And, and then she had another one right after. And she looked at me, she goes, I don't know how you do this. And I was like, oh, sweetheart, there's no way I would do it now. Like me? No. Like if I were to have one of those, like, oops, I'm almost 40, I'm going to have a baby. I don't know what I would do with myself. I'd go sit in a corner and cry. Because that's not my, that's not where I am anymore.
Right.
And so understanding and realizing the different paths that we all take, and that none of them are wrong. They are our journey. They're our path. And so again, like that whole, we run into this struggle of what he said and what she said and what they all think we should do. But the bottom line is, it's your life. It's not his or hers or theirs. It's not your mom's or your dad's or your sister's or your friends or social media's or, it's not Hollywood's life. It's your life. And so what do you want to do with it? And it's never too late.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
Never too late.
Nope. And especially if you've had trauma early on in your life, it's not too late to change it around. Like
That's
if you've been in a domestic violence relationship, if it was child sexual abuse, if you've been assaulted, if you had a stalker, it's never too late to change your life around. And sometimes people feel like it's too late. It's not.
No.
People change careers in their 40s, you know. Like,
Exactly.
you don't
Exactly.
have to do it. I've seen people go back to college at 60.
Yes.
It's your life. You create the narrative. You create this new story for your own life. And it's up to you to take control of it. If you want to be unhappy, depressed, and sad, that's the life you live, but you don't have to.
Exactly. That is exactly right. And I love that. And oh gosh, one of the things that I have a very real passion for is those, whether it's women, children, is for the survivor. And when I know a lot of people will say, like, victims of domestic violence, victims of sexual assault. And I understand the terminology. I do. But in the same respect, and I have been incredibly fortunate in my life. I have not been a victim of domestic violence. But what I can tell you is that if I were, using the term victim allows for that path of it happened to me. And so that is just simply what it is. Whereas when I think of, in particular, women, when I think of women who have found themselves in that situation, one of the things that I teach my clients, and one of the things that I talk about a lot, is you are where you are because of the choices you've made or allowed others to make for you. Right now, that's not a statement of blame. I tell that to every single person that I meet, because our life is simply a series of choices. The ones that we ourselves make, or the ones that we stay silent on and therefore default allow someone else to make for us. The beauty of that is that every moment is the opportunity for a different choice. You do not have to remain in that place, in the, I want to say, like, victim mentality, only because the word victim for me has such a negative wrap around it. Whereas survivor is definitely better, because that, just to me, that brings to mind overcoming. I like the word overcomer even better, because again, we're moving up that positive scale. And here's one thing I know about people in general, women particularly. If we believe that we are a victim, we will stay in victim mentality. Whereas if we believe that we are an overcomer, if we believe that we are a victor, if we believe that we possess within ourselves the strength to stand, not to crawl, not to kneel, to stand in our God-given right as women to stand, then we will. It's all a mind game. It's all where you perceive yourself to be and where you will allow yourself to go based on where you are right now. Where you are right now, you can only see this far. But when you get up to there, you can see a little further. And when you get up to there, you can see a little further. So there usually aren't like quantum leaps from, like, I'm depressed to I am now magnificently happy. That's generally not the way it works. That's usually like drug induced, like that usually
bipolar.
Yeah, like that usually has
That
something
manic,
else, but it's that incremental journey. It's that incremental step to where I'm depressed. Well, now I'm just kind of sad. To now I'm just kind of unhappy. And then even into, now I'm kind of frustrated, because that's a different emotion from depressed and sad. That actually starts to stir something in you. To now, maybe I might be even a little angry. Again, it's still on the negative side of the emotional scale, but there's some stirring there. There's some fire starting to build there. To now, I'm going to move into determination, to move forward, to push past, to keep putting one foot in front of the other each day. And then I'm going to start to move into, well, it's okay. But you keep building up that path to find yourself in that place of peace and joy and contentment and happiness. And so that is, as we talk about, language is very important to me too, but that's a whole different show to talk about our language. But honestly, we as women in particular, and men too, because I don't want to leave the men out, but as women in particular, if we believe it, then we believe it. But a lot of us don't believe it because we can't first see it, because we're still sitting somewhere with our eyes covered, And sometimes
I want to address the victim part, because I know people are saying, well, no, I didn't choose to be a victim. So I want to explain what she's saying, because I want to expound on that, because sometimes it's not that you choosing to be a victim. And in our organization, if a person say they're a victim, you're a victim. I always say champion. I always say survivor, because for me, I don't like the word victim. I'm not a victim. But some people are in that place where they are. But I will tell you, you didn't choose for someone to rape you. You didn't choose to be molested, right? But you choose to change the narrative. You choose to stay in that place. You do choose whether or not you heal. And so that's really what Crystal is saying. And I don't want you all to be like, what? I don't agree with that. What she's saying is that we make choices in our life, and we can stay at this place that we're in, or we can heal. You could try to do the work, because it takes a lot of work to heal. It takes a lot of work to the next level. Everything that we're talking about, we've worked hard to get to. Like Crystal talks like it's so easy, right? It's not easy for her. Like, she's been through a lot of things in her life to get to this place. And so I just want people to remember that. And also, I agree about your language. How do you see yourself? What do you verbally say? Everything that you speak to the universe shall be. I truly believe that every day. Truly, truly believe that every day. So think about that, what she's saying, because it'll help you get to the next level. Truly, it will.
Yes. I told you earlier, I feel like I need to put an asterisk behind half of the things that I say, because, it is very easy to take them into a different place based on where you are.
So if you're not in a place of healing, then you will take something that a person says negatively.
Absolutely. And that's just how our brains work. So again, if you took what I said and were like, well, it's okay. Like, honestly, it's okay. Because again, it's how we choose to view. It's how we choose to perceive. It's how we choose to view it. And there's nothing wrong with that, because it's ours. Like, don't let anyone ever tell you that your feelings aren't valid, right? Your feelings are your feelings. They are valid. Your actions that you take from your feelings could be a different story. But your feelings are valid,
Every time. And I tell people that when someone expresses their feelings, to validate their feelings. You might not agree, but you validate that's how they feel.
Yes.
You have some comments, Crystal, that I want to get to. Janae said, this is so true. It's like we wear a mask. That was way back at the beginning where you were talking about wearing a mask.
Feels so true.
You're correct. Some of us move into adulthood of people pleasing and become depressed. People don't think about that will make you depressed, and we can't really understand that. And learning yourself is key, and what truly makes you happy. I'm still learning and growing. That's from Janae. Then also, Nicole said, I agree. After my last child left, I did not know what to do with my time or life. Oh, that's a lot of us. We say, when our children turn 18, when they're grown, we're going to do this and that. Then life hit us and we're like, what am I going to do next?
Right?
So, Nicole, I totally agree. And Tracy said, my daughter was the same way. I had to explain that to her, that it's not the end of the world that she received a C, but she was distraught. I was.
Listen, that younger child I was telling you about, okay, the one there, I really kind of like, dude, just make it through, like make it decent, like I tell them, do your best. Like if your best is a B, if your best is a C,
Right.
fine. But I want you to put forth the effort, right? Like I'm not looking for the grade, I'm looking for the effort. That hit home. My own struggles with perfectionism came full frontal for me. I was in college. That story I told about that first A minus, right? And I was so frustrated about it. My child was in the 3rd grade then, and he came home with his very first B on a report card, right? B as in boy. And I was like, oh, dude, this is such a great report card. And the child had a meltdown.
I wonder where he gets it
because
from.
that B wasn't an A.
That's right.
And I realized, oh my gosh, right? Like he's watching me like flip out because I got an A minus on something. And now here he's gotten a B. So now he's just like horrible, right? He's awful. I've written him off because he didn't have straight A's. Again, what we perceive when we are children, because we don't understand that adults are kind of crazy and we need not pay that much attention to how they behave. Children need not pay that much attention to adults and how we behave. But it's true right there. Yes, like she received a C, just like Tracy said, she received a C and she was distraught. Why? Because she had a mindset that said, if I don't achieve perfection, if I don't achieve an A, if I don't achieve this, then my worth and my value goes down.
Goes down. Yep. Tracy also said, those words are good, survivor and overcomer, but a person that has been victimized is a victim. You don't stay a victim, but you are a victim that has overcome a trauma. That's a good explanation, Tracy.
That is a good explanation.
Yeah. You are a victim that has overcame and got to that next level. And then you decide if you still want to refer to yourself as a victim or not,
Yes.
and how do you want to perceive your next life? I'm real big on you have a right to tell it. You have a right to share your story. You had the right to change your narrative.
Yes.
You rewrite
absolutely.
your
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yes. And that our perception is from our own place.
That's
and
right.
If that is how we see ourselves, then that is what is true for us. Again, like I personally, I don't like that. I'm in agreement with you, Vanessa. I don't really like that word victim because for me, there's a lot of difficulty and there's a lot of negative wrapped up with that word for me.
Right.
Because of my own experience with it, because of everything else. So I don't particularly like that word, but that doesn't mean that other people can't use it to describe who they are, the situation they find themselves in.
Mm-hmm.
It just means that I'm going to try not to use that word for myself.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm in total agreement there.
I don't even call myself a victim advocate. I am a survivor advocate, period. Like, yeah. that's what I do. That's who I have defined myself as. I am a survivor advocate. And I think that we all have the right to define our lives and our titles the way we want.
Yes.
Nobody could tell you who you are, what you're supposed to do. And they might give you a job title on a job, but I'm past that. I am the one that says, this is the woman that I am, and defining that. And I love that you do the same thing. We don't let others define who we are. And that is important. But you can't do that if you don't know who you are.
That's exactly right. And that is that critical step. Because if you are not the person who is defining who you are, then everyone else is doing it for you. Mm-hmm. And instead of being an active, what's the word I want to live? instead of being I don't want to say participant, instead of being an active leader in your life, instead of like being the person who is in charge of your life, you are essentially, you've become a follower in your own life. If you're not leading the charge, then you are following someone else. And again, that is your own life. And I talk about that from a place of knowing. That's what it was for me. I did not lead my life. To the outside world, you would have thought, oh, wow, like, yeah, she's got all of her stuff together and this, that, and the other. Yep. No, I didn't. I was really good at pretending, though. I was really good at making people think that.
They thought I did too. But now social media, if people start learning more and more about me, I'm very transparent. And they're like, wow, Vanessa, I didn't know that. Yeah, I smiled every day, went to work on time. Yeah.
Exactly. People had no idea. You know, my husband and I, like I said, we've been married for 18 years, and we did go through a period of some pretty difficult issues. And I would be getting off the phone with him in the morning on my way to work from a heated, like, over the phone, but like knockdown, drag out, screaming match. And I would get off the phone and I would walk into my office with just the biggest smile and good morning and how are you? And, like everything, I also had the gift of compartmentalizing. So when I got out of my car, I was no longer in my personal life. I was now in my business life, and she came in and took over. And so everyone saw her. So yeah, I mean, they're just, now at this point in my life, I'd be like, we can talk about that later. Like, you know what I mean? Like, first off, like, we can either talk about that later or we can devote the time to it now. But, like the push pull of needing to be one or the other just does not exist for me anymore, because all of who I am has now morphed and blended into what you see. And that's just it. Like, this is me. Like, I will tell you, Vanessa, I did put on this pretty necklace for you tonight.
Thank you.
I did put on this pretty necklace for you tonight. But like, really, like, I wear makeup every day, and people are like, oh, we always just, yeah, because I like it. I do it for me. Like, I did wear this necklace for you, but, like, what I do every day is because it fulfills me. And so I encourage everyone else who is watching, who is either live or who will watch this in the replay, make sure that you are doing the things in your life for you.
That's right.
Not for anyone else, for you. And you'll be so much happier.
I love it. I do it for me. Tracy did have another comment. She said, you become a bystander watching people control your life.
Oh,
so we do that. We have to do it for us.
That's right.
Do it for us.
Yes.
All right, Crystal, we're coming to the end. I've had such
goodness.
So I wanted to know, do you have any last things that you wanted to say? Any information that you wanted to give our listeners?
You know what? What I want to leave the listeners with are those two pivotal questions that I ask my clients. Okay. What do you want? And why do you want it? And be honest with yourself. Like, seriously, be honest with yourself. The first answer that comes up to your mind, ask yourself, do I really want this? Or is this something that somebody else wants or somebody else thinks I should want? And just, again, it's just you inside your mind. If you can't be honest with yourself, I'll give you a hint. It's going to be a struggle. I know, because I had to go through that too. But you can get there. You can get there, I promise. But the more honest you are with yourself in answering the questions of what do you want? And then why do you want it? And don't be ashamed about what you want or why you want it, because it is coming from you. And that is where you start finding that path into the happy life that you want to live. So I just want to, I want to leave with those two questions. What do you want and why do you want it? And Vanessa, and people can find me everywhere on social media at Crystal Fry. It's Freie. It's not free, but everybody makes that mistake. But it is. So just there's an I in there.
I love it. And tell us about your 7-day challenge, because Crystal has a 7-day challenge that is free that I would love for you all to participate in.
Yes. So it is for, so I'm running a 7-day challenge. It actually starts on Sunday in my Empowered Successful Women group on Facebook. So yes, I have a group for empowered, successful women, right? Who would have thought? But it's a 7-day challenge where I'm actually going through and I'm helping women, again, for free. So I'm investing a lot of my own time and my effort and energy into this, but I am helping women to overcome that not good enough gremlin. I call it a gremlin because, that's really what it is. They're ugly, and when you put water on them, they turn into weird things. And when you shine light on them, they explode and go away, right? And so that's what we do. We shine light into that darker place of not good enough, because when you can call it by name and you can shine light on it, it loses a whole lot of power. It loses a whole lot of power. So if you need any information about that, feel free to, you can shoot me a message on Facebook. You can come and, again, find me at Crystal Fry, and I'll be happy to give you all the details on it.
And I'll share it on the Hush No More page. So it'll be there. And I'll put it in the group message so that everybody can see it too. So thank you, Crystal. You have been amazing. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure to be here with you.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So we are hushnomore.org. That's where you can find us at. You can find us on social media. If you need any resources, you need somebody just to listen. If you want to share your story, if you're ready to just hush no more, please contact us, because this is what we do. We have discussions every Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So please join us every week, because we have great guests. Matter of fact, on February 28th, we have Latasha Jackson McDougall. She's going to talk about red flags of teen dating violence. So you and your children should be watching this show, because teen dating violence is truly on the rise. So next Tuesday, have your kids listening in with you or share it with them. March 2nd is going to be Mary Night. We're going to talk about spiritual rituals and the KKK as it relates to child sexual abuse. That's going to be one of those ones I can't wait to have as well. A great conversation. And then February 20th, this Saturday, if you are in Rock Hill, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, please join us for the Hush No More 2-year anniversary. We're going to do Ladies Self-Defense. It's going to be a great afternoon. It's going to be free food. We're going to have free gifts for everybody that attends, and we're going to learn how to fight back. And so I'm excited about that. And then April is coming up. I'm so excited because that's Sexual Assault Awareness Month. If you are a poet and have any type of art that you want to share, we're having a spoken word on April the 16th. Please contact us to participate. Also, we're having Spirit Warrior training, where we're going to, again, teach you how to fight back with Lance Adams. That's going to be on Saturday, the 18th of April. That one's going to be really, really good. It's going to be live, but we're also going to social distance as well. And then on April 19th, we're going to do this Hush No More sexual assault documentary screening. So join us for that. And then at the end of the month, on the 24th of April, we're going to do the child sexual abuse training. So we would love for you to participate with us all during the month of April. We're going to be raising a lot of awareness, have some great guest speakers. So join us and just learn more, because we believe that awareness plus knowledge equals prevention. So thank you for joining us. It is truly an honor to be able to share my guests with you. Crystal, you are amazing. Thank you for being awesome for women and being a voice, and for deciding that you're going to hush no more. So good night, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, and happy day to you. Welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. I hope you're doing well today. Today, my song. Welcome. So if you have not subscribed, please subscribe to the SheilaCHillShow.com. I wanted to share something with you today that it was just on my heart, and woo, baby. That's why I come to you. The Sheila C. Hill Show is for lifestyle, entrepreneurship, mental health. So in this segment today, I'm going to talk about lifestyle and a little of the mental health side, something I was going through on today. And I know many people deal with this. I'm talking about grief. When you have someone that you love and you lose them, you go through stages of grief. Now, there are different stages, and there's a healthy way to grieve, and there's an unhealthy way to grieve. When you're in denial, that is unhealthy. When you stop yourself from going through the emotions, that is unhealthy. When you have fault, when you make excuses, that is unhealthy way to grieve. Now, when I'm talking about grieving, it could be a combination. It could be grieving from someone that you lost that is past. It can be from a relationship. It can be from someone who hurt you. So grief comes in so many different stages. So I'm going to share with you on my grief journey with me losing my baby brother. So back in 23 years ago, I lost my baby brother. And a day does not go by that I do not think about him. I think about him every day, every day, every day. So a lot of people say over time it'll get better. It may get better. Your response to the grief gets better, but the missing of the person, of your loved one, it doesn't per se get better. You just you grow and you get better as a person on how you deal with it, how you handle the grief. Okay. So there's triggers. So there may be triggers that will trigger the grief, and you think you're fine. And the next thing you know, you're all emotional. You don't know what happened. And it could be something so simple as a smell that will set you into that grief. Now, with this grief, you have a choice of what you're going to do with it. Is it going to set you back, or are you going to deal with it at that moment and move forward, right? So, what happened to me this morning, dropped my daughter off at school. I stopped at Walmart, was doing some things, and I was picking up some items, and I passed by the candle aisle, and I smelled like the apple cinnamon, the smell of the fall, right? So I lost my brother in November in the fall, and it was a few days, maybe like 3 days before his birthday. So we actually had the wake on his birthday. So the scents, the smell, and the chill in the air. When I went outside this morning, that chill reminded me of that season when I lost him. The smells when I was in Walmart, the smells of the fall reminded me of that season of when I lost him. So within that season, it was a season of grief, right? So instead of celebrating his birthday, we had to celebrate his passing. So that was all bottled in it. So when that hit me, that smell, it triggered my brain of the time. And I went back for a moment of that night that we lost him. He was riding a motorcycle, somebody pulled out in front of him, and he died. So with that, I
felt all the emotions I felt that night when we were at the hospital waiting to hear something. The nurses are just waiting to give us the news. All of those emotions of not knowing, all of those emotions just came upon me in that instant. I felt the pain in my heart. I felt like the tears about to well up in my eyes. And it was so hard to process because it just hit me with no warning. And that's what happens sometimes with grief. But I know because I've been through the valley, the ups and the downs of grief. And at one point, I found how to grieve properly. So when that reminder came and when that grief come to sit and hit me, just like it blinded me, I was able to pause, take a moment, gather myself, think of the good things, think of the good times with him, understand the season that's coming, be mindful of it, and also to be conscious of my emotions because your emotions can get the best of you. Your emotions can take you down a valley and it can take you down a spiral downfall and it will hold you longer than you want it to stay. So to keep from going down that spiral, the best thing to do is stop at that moment that you experience it. Be true to yourself. Understand what's going on. Understand I'm going through this. Pause, deal with it so you can go further. So I had to take that moment and pause, and I did. And I started thinking about the good times that we have. We're about 21 months apart. When you saw him, you saw me, you saw me, you saw him. We were just almost like twins. We could finish each other's sentences. And it was just a devastating loss. However, life goes on, and you have to go on in a healthy state of mind. And your mental health really matters. A lot of people feel like they cannot go on with the loss of their loved ones. That a lot of people feel, and yes, it is tough as everything. It is tough. So I know with me, for mine to get past it, the help of the Lord, God's presence helped me to get past it. A lot of people may need therapy, talk to someone, because everyone grieves, but it's a matter of how you're grieving if it is healthy. Now, when it comes down to the relationships where you've lost someone that you've been in a relationship for a while and you're no longer in that relationship, you suffer grief. So the stages, and you may have the same thing, places that you went, restaurants that you went through, foods, things may remind you of that person. And it's okay to grieve that loss of relationship. It's okay to grieve it. So don't be so hard on yourself, but don't stay in it. Don't sit in the grief too long, okay? Don't sit in the grief. Understand that you have a purpose and you have to keep pushing forward to get to your purpose, okay? Now, but you can also share your journey to help other people, just like I'm doing now. You can share those struggles. You can share saying, hey, it's not going to be good days all the time, but it does eventually get better. You get better at dealing with it. And then you start understanding your triggers. So I understand that during the winter months, as the fall is coming in, that is a trigger for me. Am I going to stop living? No, I'm going to deal with it at that moment and celebrate my brother, celebrate the good times, celebrate his life and all of those who loved him, right? So from that, it changes your mindset into a gratitude. So when you become grateful to the things that you have, when you become grateful for the relationships, God is going to say, oh, you're grateful. I'm going to continue to bless you. So that you can use that same philosophy in grief. Just become thankful for that person and the time that you had in their lives, okay? And whether it's a child, whether it's your parents, whether it's a good friend or your siblings, your grandparents, understand that there is a way to grieve properly. And
is so important for you to be honest with yourself. Don't be the superwoman. Don't be the superman thinking, oh, I'm tough. I'm tough. No, take that moment. Like I did today, take that moment and take it in. You know, my heart hurt just as bad as the night it happened. My heart hurt like someone stabbed a knife in it and twisted it 25 times. My heart was hurting that I miss my brother. It hurt. But if I stay in that and I sit in that, it's going to do me more damage. And listen, it can get you into depression so easy. That's why it's important to recognize your triggers and get a hold of it, because depression, you can be out here smiling and doing everything you do, doing your job, doing your business, and you're still walking in depression. You know how people have they're functioning alcoholics? You can be that as well. You can be a function person in depression. So don't live like that, because you're simply existing and you're not living to the fullest, because depression is nothing to play with. Depression, and I'm speaking from experience. I was in such a depressed state that if you see me, you would not know, because I'm always jolly. Hey girl, what's going on? I was always that, but that was for the outside, because I had a wall up to hinder my, well, to block myself, to block my pain, to block everything that I was going through. So, but when I was behind closed doors, I was dealing with depression and the thoughts in my head and the different things that it was just like, why am I here? You know, why am I dealing with this? Why is it not going anywhere? And it wasn't going anywhere because I wasn't dealing with the root of the depression. I wasn't dealing with the unsolved dilemmas and the different things that I've dealt with, and the hurt and the pain and all of that. I did not deal with it. For whatever reason that you don't deal with the pain and what's causing your depression, you have to understand that you are worthy of dealing with it to get past where you are. You owe it to yourself to fight for yourself. You owe it to yourself to understand what the triggers are that's triggering you. And you know, a lot of people say, "Oh, is this that time?" And you're grumpy the whole season that you may have lost a loved one, right? And you're just treating everyone badly. You're just deflecting, and you're doing everything but dealing with the problem. You're doing everything but dealing with the pain and the hurt. And you're pressing it down and you're pressing it down. And the more you press it down, later in the future, it's going to be harder to deal with. I know someone who had a devastating loss in their marriage. They got divorced. He didn't die. They got divorced. But she put this exterior up that she's tough and she's dealing with it. And it was one thing. It was just one little thing dropped, and it was a trigger for her. The girl cried. People from her family had to come to her house. She could not stop crying because all of that started bubbling up from everything that she's pressing down. And she eventually had to go to a mental ward because she could not process. They couldn't even get her to talk because she was crying so much, because she never dealt with the breakup. She never dealt with the divorce. She never dealt with the loss. So she became depressed, but she tried to handle it herself. And she didn't express how she was feeling. And it just got the best of her. And this is what happens. That's just an example of what can happen when you don't deal with depression, when you don't deal with the hurt in your life. Okay. So I'm just saying this. I don't know who I'm saying this for, but I do know I wanted to share it because it's on my heart to share. And if I've been through it and I can help you, this is my platform to help you get past or to deal with the grief in your life, to deal with the hurt, the loss in your life, because it is worth it. You are worth it to live your best life, to live to the fullness, to live happy, because you can deal with grief and still be happy. You could be a happy person. It's like, yes, I lost my brother. I love my brother. I think about him every day, but I'm so glad that I had that time with him. I'm so glad we got into the things we got into. And yes, I'm so glad that I had that time with him. So you have to flip it. You have to change your mindset. Mindset is so powerful. Mindset is so powerful. So take these nuggets that I've given you, take my examples that I've given you, and understand I know exactly where you are. Understand that it does get better on the other end of it. However, you've got to deal with yourself. You've got to love yourself enough to fight for yourself. Okay. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Listen, and I call this segment Sheila's Downloads, where I don't have a guest. I just share what's on my heart. And my platform, the Sheila C. Hill Show, it is a show to highlight things in life to help you get past these things, whether it's financial, whether it's spiritual, whether it's mental, whether it's physical. I'm going to share so many different things that I have went through in life. I'm going to share people's stories that will inspire you. And this is the whole point of my podcast. So if you have not subscribed, I will ask you to subscribe to the SheilaCHillShow.com, where we just focus on lifestyle, entrepreneurship, and mental health. And today I want you to take care of your mental health when it comes to grief. All right. Just know that you are loved and you are highly appreciated. So it's time to go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show.
A really great experience on the Tina Ramsey show. I felt like she really asked some valuable questions that can help a lot of people, especially in regards to monetizing. And so the vibe was great. I honestly wouldn't mind coming back on again if she invite me. And I felt like the conversation just flowed. So I am super happy and I can't wait for the show to air on every single platform out there.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and tip. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show, and I am so happy to have you here today. You know that our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers who are truly making a positive impact in the world. And today is just like any other day where we bring you the best of the best of thought leaders within the community to help inspire you to grow. And today we have in the building, Richard. Yes, he is an amazing, amazing author, and he's also sharing with us about DNA. And this is something that's really near and dear to my heart, because when I think of the words culture, when I think of the words empowerment, passionate, greatness, and who you are, these are the words that describe today's guest, Richard. He is making he's making a compelling riveting description of what DNA is, what it isn't, how it feels to connect, how it feels to be lost, but then you're found. Woo! He's doing a lot. So I know you're ready because I'm ready. Let's go ahead and bring on the amazing Mr. Richard. Hello, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I was really just rocking out to that intro. I was, you had me just bobbing my head over here. I said, okay, I'm ready. So, thank you so much for inviting me on. I'm just so pleased to be here with you today.
Oh, I am pleased to be with you today because you're speaking about a topic that many people don't know. I have been on my personal little journey of finding myself, finding who I am, my culture, my tribe. And when I saw what you do, I was like, oh my goodness, I have to have this conversation with you. Not only if you're a coach, but you're a speaker and you're an author. And you're passionate about this topic of finding yourself. And you tell about your journey as well. So I want to know, many today are now just like myself, are now just learning more about our ancestral roots. What do you want to say to individuals like myself and to them?
Okay. What I tell people, because one of the things that I get when I start talking about this is sometimes people are a little apprehensive. They say, nothing wrong with our culture. And absolutely right. We have a rich culture. I even talk about this in the book. We have African Americans, Afro-Brazilians, Afro-Caribbeans, wherever the descendants of the former enslaved are, we have developed wonderful, rich cultures. We know that our culture is rich because the African American culture and others are copied around the world. So I tell people my one question I can tell, I tell people I can prove with one question that we're exceptional. And the question is this: who are the most copied people in the world? And we know the answer is descendants of African descendants, whether it's Africans, African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Brazilians. We are the most copied people in the world. And you only copy what you admire. No one copies what they don't like. So the fact that we're copied means we're exceptional. But if you're copied after a 500-year negative stereotype that everybody knows, but they still copy you, that means we are super exceptional. So I say, yes, we're exceptional. But the analogy that I've come up with is the full moon. Because when we look at the full moon, it's beautiful. Songs are sung about it. We just love, once a month to go out and see the full moon. Mm-hmm. But every time we look at that full moon, there's a part just as big that is unseen and unknown. It's the dark side of the moon. It's a great analogy for us because our rich African-American culture is like the full moon. Beautiful, right? But then there's a side that we don't know. And no fault of our own. It's the legacy of enslavement. So we have the technology now, so we can go and find out. There's two different types of tests. They can do the country test and the tribal test. But I found out by just visiting Africa. I mean, I was kind of backed into it. I wasn't actually looking for my roots. I was just going with my doctor to visit Nigeria, and I was just so excited about that after having gone to the Independence Day celebrations and gotten exposed to things like a goosey soup and pounded yam and all that. This Nigerian food. And then the fashion, oh my goodness. If any of the listeners or anyone that's watching has not seen Nigerian fashion, go just go to DuckDuckGo. I tell people to go to DuckDuckGo because they don't follow you all around the internet like other folks. DuckDuckGo is a search that I'm not a paid spokesperson, but they don't. I like privacy. So anyway, just put in Nigerian fashion, women's fashion. Just like this is what I'm wearing right now is actually a traditional Yoruba and Igbo type of clothing that they wear. It's cool. You notice it doesn't have the collar like Western attire. I like better. This particular one has the where you can have the cuffs, but I have them also where you don't have the cuffs. But it's just so comfortable. And when I wear this out, oh my goodness, the compliments. People, they'll stop me in Costco. I really love what you wear. I mean, of all different races, not just African American. Now, the African Americans will tell me, "Hey, where did you get that from? I want to get me some of that, right?" Mm-hmm. So because we connect to that culture. This is all part of that culture. And so that's why I tell people that it is transformational. Connecting to your roots is transformational. You know, it's easy to just say, okay, it's been for so I don't know when the last time anybody knew what we were connected to. So I'm just going to go on with my life like this. Let me give you an example of my sister, right? I came home one day with some egusi soup and pounded yam. My niece was there. My sister, the mother of my niece, was there. And my mother was there. And so I told them, I said, hey, you all, I have some Nigerian food for you to try. And so my mother and my niece were like, okay, right? My sister was, oh, no, I don't want to try it. She looked at me, I don't want to try it. I don't want to. I said, it ain't gonna go to waste. Don't worry. It's not gonna go to waste, okay? So my niece tried it. She said, oh, that's good. And my mother tried it. She said, that is good. Then my sister, well, okay, let me try a little. She tried it. She liked it so much. She said, that is really good. Because she had this stereotype, this negative stereotype they've given us about Africa, right? She thought there might have been flies in it or something. I don't know. But anyway, the bottom line is she was like, it was so good. And then she found out a few days later at work, because I joined the local Nigerian community. She found out a few days later that one of the people in the community who was a Nigerian worked with her, right? Because they were just talking and everything like that. And then she found it. She said, the next time you cook some egusi soup, would you bring me some? Now here it is, from I don't want to try it to bring me some egusi soup, right? It's just life enriching. It really is. So what I have to tell people is take the time to get connected to your roots. And then when you find out what people group you're from, some people say that tribe is a negative word and something like that, but whatever you want to use, people group, you want to use tribe, whatever, find out which ones you're connected to, right? And then save up enough money to go for like at least 2 weeks. A month would be better, but it's better to save up and go for 2 weeks than it is to just say, okay, well, I'm gonna just go for a week. Because I've seen people come for just a week and then they're here 2 days, there 2 days, there 2 days, and they go home and they're just tired, and they haven't had time to really soak it in. So I say at least 2 weeks. And don't sleep on places. You want to go and just enjoy the culture, because it's gonna be like an experience that you've never had. So what I will do when I come back, I usually bring the currency. Either if it's Ghana, it's the cedi. If it's Nigeria, it's the naira. That's their currency. And I'll show it to people at the store, or I'll show it to them at the hotels when I check in. I say, have you ever seen? And they say, no. And they take pictures. They say, I'm going to show my children, because we've never seen Black people on money. And when I talk to my African friends, they say, well, of course there's Black people on the money. I said, yes, but you were raised in that environment. I said, we were in an environment where we never saw anything like that. I said, so it's a big deal to us.
Well, let me just give a shout out to our live studio audience. Hello, Sheree from Detroit. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, everyone. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Okay, you said so many different things that was eye-opening, because African Americans, including myself, in the United States, you're right, we have different perspectives, and we do have our own culture.
Rich culture.
We do have our own culture here within the United States. But like I said, I have been on this personal journey to find out, who do I belong to? Where do I belong? And so I know from the little pieces that I have found already, the contentment, the wholeness that I'm experiencing, because now I see individuals who look like me. I feel the connection. Now I understand why I like this, I do that. And the certain type of rhythm I have that's naturally inclined to the beat of my body, that's built down in the culture of which I'm a part of, that I was disconnected from. And so the fact that you're bringing this to the forefront. So I know that you had just said that you went to Africa, or Ghana, with your doctor. So was it a particular reason?
Well, I went to Nigeria. The first trip was to Nigeria with my doctor.
Yeah, with Nigeria. So have you ever experienced any type of life-threatening illness? Because for me, for me, before you get started, for me, I know that I have ran into some health issues. And then when I start understanding what culture I am, what blood type, all this different stuff, I could put the right foods in my mouth. And as I'm digging deep into culture, I realize that certain foods that we eat in the United States is not indigenous to our land from being from Africa, and it can actually make us sick. So my question to you is, have you ever experienced any life-threatening illnesses? And if so, did your trip with your doctor to Africa help you any?
Okay, that's a good question. Actually, I'm glad you asked me that, because after that first trip in 2013, I wanted to get back. Actually, every year I wanted to go back, but I didn't get back until 2019. And you have to get certain travel injections, and those travel injections, because I had tried to get them well in advance, but they never called me back for my appointment, and so I had to call them and then go down there. So it was just like a couple of days before my trip that I got the travel injections. And then by the time I landed in Nigeria, I had a raging fever. My friends grabbed my hand. They said I was so hot. So those injections actually adversely affected my kidney and my liver, because when you do your blood work, creatine is the number that tells you how your kidney's functioning. It's supposed to be 1.4 or less. And in January, when I did my physical of 2019, it was 1.21. So everything was all good there. But when they did my blood work, because the hospital admitted me, as soon as they brought me in, they said I was so out of it that I couldn't even answer questions before kind of trailing off. That's how high my fever was. And then when they did my blood work, they said my creatine was 4.94. Now, 1.4 normal, it was 4.94, which was chronic kidney disease stage 4. So the diagnosis was that I was going to have to take dialysis for the rest of my life, and the liver is looking like it might have liver failure as well, because those numbers were way out of whack. And then just to make it fun, it was like a side order of sepsis, which also could kill you. I mean, so this is like slap. But fortunately, the Lord had given me a prophetic word 3 years before to the month. It was June of 2016. And he told me that I was going to be, the things that he had put into my mouth were not just for my state and not just for my hometown. He told me to get ready to travel. So I said, if the Lord said that to me, then I cannot be taking dialysis, because if I am on dialysis, I can't travel like that, right? Like the Lord said. So I told the doctor after she gave me the diagnosis, because she told me that with chronic kidney disease, it is medical science says it's impossible for the number to go down. They said if you do the right things, you can maintain, but it can't reverse. That's what she told me. She said it's impossible. But fortunately for me, I believe what God said is impossible with man is possible with God.
It is.
And I looked at what God told me, and I said, if God told me that, and one of my favorite verses in the Bible is Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie. Neither is he the son of man that he should repent. Has he said something, and shall he not do it? Has he spoken, and shall he not surely bring it to pass? So I told her, I said, well, that's not going to happen. I said, I'm going to make a miraculous recovery. In 5 days, I'm going to walk out of this hospital. My creatine is going to be back to 1.21. So I did 2 out of the 3. In 5 days, I did walk out. And even the doctor said it was a remarkable recovery, but my creatine was not back to 1.2. It was actually, it went from 4.94 down to 3.4. But my doctor told me that a drop of 1.5 in 5 days, she said, that is like remarkable. She said, that just doesn't happen. She said, that is remarkable. Although I was not happy, because I was believing that my creatine was going to be 1.21. I said, God promised me this, but it took 3 years, but God healed me. So even though the diagnosis by man was dialysis for the rest of your life, I can tell you that I am a living, breathing, walking example of the miracle power of God. And my doctor told me that if I hadn't changed my lifestyle, because after that prophetic word, I changed my lifestyle. I lost like 70 pounds. I look younger now than I did 15 years ago, by the grace of God. But if I had not, my doctor here, when I got back, he told me, he said, if you had not changed your lifestyle, you would have died. He said, there's no question in my mind that you would have died. He said, you losing that weight, you eating, changing to organic, drinking green tea and lemon, which is putting more high alkaline in your body because cancer likes acidic body,
Yes,
sugar,
it does.
soda, all that stuff.
Mhm.
And so I'm trying to make sure my body's alkaline. I eat papaya, fresh pineapple, things like that. So my cutting board is used all the time. I got me some sharp knives, and I use my cutting board all the time, for whether it's vegetables. Matter of fact, just before this show, I didn't have time to finish cooking it, but I have my chopped up cabbage and onions ready for after the show. So I'm going to go in and cook me up some cabbage and onions, But I do all of that because I changed. When God told me what he told me, he said, I'm going to strengthen you in the natural and in the spiritual. And he knew what was going to happen 3 years later. And I just thank God, because if he hadn't done that, I probably would not be here talking to you today. There's no doubt in my mind. And I just praise God because I am a miracle. If anybody listening or watching has never seen a miracle, just look at me, because I'm telling you, I have the medical records to prove what I'm saying. The doctor even wrote miraculous. I mean, not miraculous, because doctors like to say
Yeah, I know.
But she said a remarkable. It's in the record. She said the patient has made a remarkable recovery. What makes it so great is because I told her before. I said, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here. I'm going to be healed. And the only thing that didn't happen is the 1.21. But by the grace of God, it took 3 years, but I'm totally healed.
Yes, but three is complete though. So let me give some love to our virtual studio audience who are tuning in from all over the world. We have Teresa in the building. She said hello. We have Sheila here. She said, love this. Sheila, she said, wow, when you was telling your testimony.
Thank you, Sheila.
Then she put up her hands like, "Woo, praise God." Woo. And then Teresa said, preach, God is a healer.
He's a healer. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So you guys, what we're going to do right now, we have to take a commercial break, but we'll be back in a moment with this riveting journey about how Richard took all of this information and how he is not only found his way, but how he's helping us to find our way as well. And it's all wrapped up in your DNA. We'll be back in a moment.
Are you ready to skyrocket your podcasting journey? Look no further than The Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. This book is not just any ordinary guide. It's a game changer that offers insider strategies, captivating content creation tips, proven techniques, and monetization secrets. But that's not all. When you purchase The Power of Podcasting, you also receive a complimentary bonus, Dr. Ramsey's sought-after podcast 30-video course valued at $999, absolutely free. It's no wonder this book is a #1 bestseller on Amazon and has been rated one of the top 10 best new podcasting books to read by Book Authority. Dr. Ramsey's expertise and practical advice have earned her acclaim in the industry. So, what are you waiting for? Take the leap and unlock your podcasting success today. Grab your copy of The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcast Success by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey on Amazon, or visit their website at ctrmedianetwork.com. A link will be provided in this episode's description. Your podcasting journey starts here.
And just like that, we are back. But I come along with a friend whom you might ask, the amazing Richard, who's going to help us get reconnected to our history and our DNA. So let me bring him back on the stage. Welcome back.
Hey.
All right. So before the commercial break, you was telling us all about your journey and also your real life testimony of how you was able to walk out of the hospital in pretty much a situation that looked pretty bleak. And so, and it shows the power of what God can do for you, because you knew that he already told you was going to do X, Y, Z. And you know that in the book of Numbers, God cannot lie. And it's in Titus as well. He said it again in the book of Titus. So you knew that. And going all the way around how you changed your diet lost the weight, start eating the right foods. Now you look younger than you ever did. And now you're on this health and wellness journey. So my question to you, for all of us that are, whether we're in the United States or not, and if we feel like we're not connected, we don't really know if we're part, what tribe? I say tribe. If it's offensive, I don't mean it to be offensive. But what culture, what part of Africa, what's the name of the people who you are a part of? If you don't know that, what does it look like for us to add that ancestry culture to the culture that we already have? Because some might feel like we dismissing what we built here in the States if we give attention to our ancestral roots. How do you think we can navigate that and give respect to both areas?
Now that's a great question. So I'm going to ask you this: have you ever been to a restaurant that says it's a fusion restaurant? You know, it's like it's got a fusion of two different cultures, right? So let me just give you an example. You know, you've heard of jollof rice, correct? You know, we know that that's a West African staple dish. Jollof rice is like for Chinese people, fried rice. For West Africa, jollof rice. As a matter of fact, there's like a contest between who has the best jollof rice between like Nigeria and Ghana and Senegal. Oh yeah, if you talk to Africans, they'll tell you, oh, my country has the best, you know, and they even have contests about who has the best jollof rice. Okay, so I've learned how to make jollof coconut rice because when I got connected, I went on YouTube and found some videos. I learned how to make a goosey soup, learned how to make jollof rice. Okay, and then I came up with this jollof soup because there's no jollof soup in Nigeria. Okay, and so I came up with jollof soup, and it's delicious. It's like one of the most delicious soups I've ever eaten, right? And so I let my doctor, and he said, this is not Nigerian. I said, no, my brother, it's not Nigerian. I said, it's Nigerian American. I said, I'm an American Nigerian, you see? I said, so you got to get up out the Nigerian box with me because it's a fusion of two different things, right? Even what I'm wearing right now, I'm wearing traditional African attire, West African attire, but I have my Western hat on, you see? This is my Western hat. So I'm combining the cultures right here. And this is what I want to tell you. One of the things, as you connect to the culture, you're going to find some similarities. So you know how it's very common in the African American community for us to say, but God, right?
Oh, yes.
It's happened, but God.
But God.
Well, would it surprise you to know that in Ghana, the Fanti, I'm Fanti of Ghana, of the Fanti people, and the Ashanti, and there's like, they call them the Akan tribes. They're like cousins, so they're a kindred tribe. They have ancient Adinkra symbols. And there's one symbol, the most popular one, GYENYAME, GMA. It's the most popular Adinkra symbol. It literally means except for the Lord. It's the same thing that we say. Yes, and this symbol is ancient, okay? So we were separated for hundreds of years over ocean, but yet so common in our community, it is for us to say, but God. Another thing, another similarity. It is very common for us to say, if I say, you know, I say, Dr. Ramsey, how are you doing? You say, well, I'm doing fine by the grace of God, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that common for us to say, by the grace of God? Over here, they say it this way. NYAME is God, ADOM is grace. So if you say good morning, you say mache means good morning. You say mache etiseng. Etiseng means how are you, right? And they might say mehoye pa, that means I'm doing well, right? Yame adon, by God's grace. So I'm hearing these little things. I'm looking at our culture and I'm saying, this is just like our culture. We do that too. Y'all say it a different way. We didn't have the symbol, but we say, but God, and y'all are saying, except for the Lord. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's the same
wow. Thing. So you're saying how we don't have to dismiss one side when we are reconnecting with our past because we just fuse it. That makes it really, really better in the sense that we fuse it together because we give him respect. And then you also, I like the way that you explained it, the similarities. with the similarities that we already have. And the fact that even though, like you said, we've been disconnected for so long, but we still use
got the same DNA though. We got the same DNA, even though it was separated for hundreds of years overseas. With the same DNA. There's so many similarities that I see. And then when you connect, you're gonna see people that look like people that you saw in school. Some of your relatives, you're gonna say, that person, you're gonna see people that look like your relatives. I mean, I'm not kidding you. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, let me show some love to our virtual studio audience because they're coming in today in trolls. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have Annie.
Oh, that's my mom. That's my mother.
Oh, hello. She said,
Mom,
hello, Richard and Dr. Ramsey. Love mom.
Mom is 84 years old, feisty as everything. Mom goes where she wants to go. She drives herself, okay? Goes where she wants to go. Because I told her about eating raw pineapple because raw pineapple actually, they said they found medically that it can help you to not have dementia and Alzheimer's and things like that. So
Really?
Mom's mind is sharp as a tack. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting and commenting. And Sheila,
Yes.
thank you, Sheila. She tagged someone said,
I told you she was feisty. I told you. But I just can't get her to call me Ezzy. She won't call me Ezzy. She said, I'm just going to call you Rick. I call you Rick all the time.
Baby, I named you.
Then she got the church folk calling me Rick too. You know, I'm like, Mom, let me tell them what I want them to come. Now, this is Rick, y'all.
I know, she gave you that name. It means it has the meaning to it. So she respects.
I kept the Richard, but I'm like, Mom, you call me that, but let me tell other people to call me, my African names.
Listen, Mama, let Mama call you what she want to call you, because Mama.
That's exactly what she told me.
The history is tied up in her.
I'm your mama, boy.
Exactly. So she said, I had an amazing time in Ghana with my husband. We experienced the food and the culture. Oh my God, it was a blessing being there. Thank you, Teresa, for sharing your experience in Ghana. And so right now we're just having this healthy conversation about culture, about finding oneself, about feeling disconnected and how you can reconnect. We're also having a conversation about enslavement. And we know here in the United States, that can be a little touchy topic. But in order for us to overcome and get over these negative feelings, we have to start having, and I like to say, healthy conversations so that we can get to the root of the problem so that we can move past it. We can deal with it, right? And so we're disconnected. We're just gonna keep it totally 100, like my kids say, keep it 100. We're disconnected, and we need to get reconnected with our culture, with our roots, so that we can really walk into our full purpose. And so right now we're gonna go into the lane of, when you think of this, what does it mean when we say the phrase, or what do you say it means when we hear the phrase nullify the legacy of enslavement?
Okay, I tell people that because sometimes people ask me, especially African Americans, they'll look at me with a funny look and they say, "Why you change your name for? Why you want to change your name? Why'd you do that?" Right? And so I tell them, I said, for me, it was nullifying the legacy of enslavement. I said, let's think about it now. I said, do you think our ancestors had English names when they were taken from Africa? I said, no, they weren't. And so when I did my, when I went to Nigeria, the Igbos saw me and they asked me if I was Nigerian. And I said, well, I don't know. I'm African American. Slavery thing happened. Got to do some DNA. And they said, you are an Igbo man. I tell you, you're an Igbo. I said, really? And they said, yeah. I said, well, how do you know? If you did not open your mouth, you look like you were born and raised in Nigeria. I said, really? Yes. So later on in the trip, some Yorubas asked me the same question. And I said, well, told them the same answer. And they said, well, you seem to have Yoruba features. I believe you are a Yoruba. And so I was like, okay, well, let me do my DNA. So when I did my DNA, I found out I'm Igbo and Yoruba on my father's side. I am Fanti of Ghana on my mother's side. Igbo and Yoruba of Nigeria. And Fanti people of Ghana. And so I changed my name to reflect Fanti name, Igbo name, and Yoruba name. So my name is Richard Kweku. Kweku means Wednesday born in the Fanti language and also Ashanti. Ezeagu, and that is Igbo, and it means King of Lions. And Akiemi is Yoruba, and it means warrior king well suited to power. So if people say my full name, Richard Kweku, Eziagu, Akiyemi. What they've just said, because Richard in English means powerful ruler, so they've just said powerful ruler born on Wednesday, king of lions, warrior king, well suited to power. And the Yoruba say, you will live up to your name. So to me, that is nullifying the legacy of enslavement. And even my wife, I told her when we have our children won't have English name. Our children will have Fanti, Igbo, and Yoruba names. And at first she said, well, babe, because over here the Catholic Church would make people have an English name. Make them, yes, to be in the Catholic Church. And so she said, well, I said, babe, do you think people in England are naming their children Nigerian names, Fanti name, Yoruba name, Igbo name? I said, no. I said, they name their children English name because they're English. I said, so we're going to name our children of what's in their blood because the blood doesn't lie.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We have another comment from the Virtual Studio audience. Teresa said the purpose of our trip was to connect with our roots. We also got our Ghana name.
Names. Yeah, share your names in the comment.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. And before we even came on today, the show, we had our little sidebar conversation, and Richard and I was like, this is who I am. And he was looking at me like, you got a little bit of this. And
I thought I really, I'm not an expert, the Africans will tell you better, the Ghanaians and Nigerians, but you look like you have Yoruba in you to me. That's just to me. So when you do the one that tells you the people group or the tribe, then you'll know exactly, and you'll be able to drill down into that because there's a food, there's a culture that go with it, and the food is delicious. For anybody that hasn't tried West African food, it is delicious.
Wow. Oh, she put a name out. So wow.
Afia, I think that means born on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Afia, is Afia born on Friday? I think that's what. Just like Kweku means born on Wednesday.
Wow.
I think Afia is born on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the days. It's one of the days. They call them spirit names in Ghana. And of the Akan tribes, they do spirit names. So just like you've heard Kwayese, like Kwayese when he changed his name. I think Kwayese is Sunday born. Then there's Kwajo, which is Monday.
She said yes.
Okay, so Afia is Friday. Okay,
she said yes.
I know the men's was better than the women's. I know Ya is Thursday. Yao for men, Ya for women. So they call them spirit names. And most of the Ashanti and Fanti, they named their children. The first name is that spirit name, the day of the week that they were born.
Wow. I mean, this is so enlightening, this conversation. And I feel that I'm getting more and more of my connection. I actually, I'm enjoying this conversation. Thank you guys for the studio audience, virtual studio audience that's actually sharing your journey.
Yeah.
Our audience that's sharing and everyone that's tuning in. Make sure
the studio audience.
Yes.
Double high five for the studio audience.
Yeah, high five. Okay. And so what people don't know, this is what he actually have a book. Right. And so I want to encourage everyone to go pick this book up because I actually ordered it as an ebook and a paper copy because I couldn't wait for the paper copy to come because Amazon, you need to speed up the shipping. But he has a book, and the book is actually titled Found My People. And it's a compelling, inspirational book that he's writing about how he found his people. And so right now, I want you to tell us just a little taste about why you decided to write this book and why did you decide to name it I Found My People, Found My People. Why did you decide to do that?
Okay, that's a super question. There's some particular things about African Americans. We're the only Americans that are called by a continent instead of a country. I want you to think about this for a moment. We call ourselves African Americans. Most of us has never tasted African food. We're the only Americans that's true. Do you think any Italian Americans never tasted Italian food?
No.
How about people from India never tasted Indian food?
No.
How about people from China never tasted Chinese food?
No.
Every other American, whatever name they have, they're intimately acquainted with their food and their culture. Okay. In the 7th grade, one of the stories I tell in the book, in the 7th grade, we had Cultural Day. I'm sure a lot of y'all did too. I'd be interested to know what other people bought on Cultural Day because I didn't know anything about a goosey soup and pounded yam when I was in the 7th grade. So I bought tacos, and they weren't good tacos because we didn't eat tacos that much. So we didn't really, have the professionalism down. So we're the only people that call ourselves by a continent, because if you talk to people if they come from the East, they don't say, we might say Asians, but if you talk to the individual, they'll say, I'm a Chinese American, I'm a Japanese American, right? If they come from Europe, they'll say, I'm a German American, or I'm a Spanish American, I'm an Italian American. Well, we say African American, but there's 54 countries in Africa, okay?
Yeah.
And each country has many tribes. Like Nigeria has like 200-something tribes, over 200-something tribes, actually. And then we have had so many names, like Negro, Black, Colored, African American, and now for anybody that is on here and doesn't know, that the new seat they want us to sit in is called BIPOC, Black Indigenous People of Color.
Oh,
that's the new name for us, right? Marcus Garvey once said, a people without the knowledge of their history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots, you know? Right. And so it is time for us to reconnect, because what is in our blood is undeniable, okay? And when you do reconnect, because there have been people that told me, oh, you're not Nigerian. This is what I tell people. When somebody tells me that, I look them straight in the eye and I tell them this. I said, when you know who you are, it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Yeah. I know who I am because the blood doesn't lie. I said, I am of the Fanti people of Ghana. I'm of the Igbo people of Nigeria. And I'm of the Yoruba people of Nigeria. And because in the 70s, you all may not know this, but in the 70s, you probably do, but many of them listening may not know, but there was a civil war in Nigeria, and it was the main two that were against each other were the Yorubas and the Igbos. So a lot of times when the Igbos and the Yorubas, when I tell them that I'm Igbo and Yoruba, they say, huh? How could that happen? I said, anatomy and physiology. Y'all know how that happened. Now, I don't know why you're asking me how that happened. You know how that happened. But at any rate, then somebody told me, well, you're going to have to choose one because they don't like each other. I said, telling me to choose one of the cultures that I just learned about after 50-something years is like telling a parent who had lost a child or children for several years, and then they just got their children back, and they said, okay, now you can only pick one. The other two got to go back to the other family. No, not going to happen. The Fanti people, I'm going to learn about my Fanti people. I'm going to learn about my Igbo people and my Yoruba people, because each one of them is a great people. And I love each and every one of those cultures. And that's part of who I am. Now, in Africa, this is the interesting thing. In Nigeria, particularly, I can't just say all of Africa, but in Nigeria, if the father is Yoruba, the child will call himself, even if the mother's Igbo, or the mother is, or the mother could be Hausa or Fulani. Or if the father was Fulani and the mother's Yoruba, the child will call himself. So they don't even count the other part. But I say, I'm not, see, that's where that other American part of my culture comes in. You see, that African American culture that says, we ain't leaving no part of our culture behind. We taking all our culture with us.
Yes, we are.
They say bye-bye to the Fanti, bye-bye to the Igbo, or bye-bye to the Yoruba. No, come on, y'all. We just found y'all. We going together, you see? That's what I say.
Yes. Listen, everyone, I want you to go to foundmypeople.com, and you'll be able to see this beautiful website, and you'll also get to know more about your roots. And if you're a person like me that have been on this journey of oneself to find my roots, where I belong, so that I can really walk into my full purpose, this book is unlike any other book. I can say that because I was able to read the forward with the ebook so far, and I can't wait, because it's something about getting a book in your hands versus having it, electronic. You'll be able to feel and totally immerse. And so what I really like a lot about his website is that he also tells you about the benefits. Most of the time people just telling you about their book, but they're not telling you how reading their book is going to benefit you, the reader. And so make sure to go and check out this amazing book. Make sure to go pick it up because listen, this conversation is a conversation that needs to be had. This is a conversation that is long overdue, people. It's long overdue.
See, you're already on the podcast interview section. Did you see your logo there?
Yeah,
you're already on the podcast section.
Oh, that's so sweet. Let's see. We have
my webmaster is fire. My webmaster is fire.
We have It's Me and say, hi, Dr. Ramsey, from your cousins in Michigan. Okay.
Oh, that's my dear sweet cousin. Yes.
Oh, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone.
See, she said Ezzy. See?
Yeah, she said Ezzy.
Will call me Ezzy. Mom will call me.
Well, at least your cousin gonna call you Ezzy, but you know,
at least my cousin call me Ezzy.
Yes, you guys. I also want you to follow him on Instagram as well. It's Instagram.com/_ found my people. I also found follow him on Twitter. Same thing. Twitter.com / found my people. Listen, this, Richard, what you're doing, it is purposeful and it's mission driven. And this is one of the conversations that I have had a lot of different conversations being a host on the TV show podcast over the years. But this has been one of the most empowering interviews in regards to race, because you know it can be very emotional. It can go left. It can go left. And so
slip out.
Yeah, it could go a little left, but this has been a very, very good interview in the fact that we had to talk a little bit about slavery, but the fact
it's just the fact of our history.
It's just a fact.
Just, we have to confront the history and move forward, and that doesn't mean that we're not supposed to have reparations. Because yes, we definitely should be. It's well past due, especially with the history. It's well past due. But we can move forward because we can find out who we are. We don't need to be like a tree without roots. And I can tell you, when you connect to your DNA, that's why you notice at the top of my website, I have a logo made. It's Embrace Your DNA. Another thing I want to share with you is every part of this book, from the website to the logo to that Embrace Your DNA, the publisher is a Nigerian publisher. The people that are involved in this book are of the African they're African descent. Everybody's of African descent. Because I'm tired of people saying that we can't succeed unless we get other people involved, that we are not able to succeed. Yes, we are. And I said, I will prove that. I don't have a big publishing company or anything like that. I said, I am going to prove it. I'm going to go and talk to my people, but I'm going to bring something that can help, because my goal is to help millions of us connect to the culture. Because I don't know whether you all realize this or not, but 47 million of us in the US, over 90 million in Brazil. When you count Canada, the Caribbean, Central and South America, it's over 200 million of us descendants. It's as bad as the Holocaust, as bad, but for a much longer time. Some people say it's worse, but I don't compare because it's not exactly the same. We just say both are bad. But this one was for a much longer time and involved much more people. And those are just facts, okay? It is as bad. And so we don't talk about it. We just, everybody's telling us, forget about that. No, when you say never forget 9/11, and 9/11 just happened in 2001, right? We should never forget that. But we're never going to forget this. And it's time for people to know, because one of the things that they've done is made us think that we're inferior. But when I started doing my research, I found out that the most, and this is what I want everybody listening to know, the most educated group in America is not the Asians like they try to tell us. That is a lie. The most educated group by percentage of degrees is the Africans. First is Nigerians. They get bachelor's degrees at a rate of more than 2 to 1 compared to native-born white Americans. And they get advanced degrees at a rate of more than 3 to 1 compared to native-born Caucasian Americans. And that's just a fact. O'Reilly, the Bill O'Reilly that used to be on Fox with the No Spin Zone, he actually did a show and talked about this. And they're the highest earning group. So they are literally the most successful group that has ever set foot on U.S. soil, and they don't want us to know that. But I want y'all to know that. And so this book is, so basically I want you all to share this, not just because I want to sell books, okay? The main goal for this book is to connect us back so that we can put our roots back. And if you look, and because you bought the book, I have a fact sheet because there's deep cultural meaning on the cover of this book. There are 10 ancient Adinkra symbols. I picked each one because of what it means. And I have a fact sheet for those that buy the book. So Dr. Ramsey, I will be sending you yours. These Adinkra symbols, and the one that's most ubiquitous, the little bird like that's looking back, is called the Sankofa. And that Sankofa, it's ancient now, ancient Adinkra symbols. This is from Ghana. The Sankofa means there's no shame in going back and getting what is at risk of being lost. And so when I connected to my roots, I got that which was at risk of being lost. And that's why the Sankofa is on there. But there's 9 other Adinkra symbols. One of them, the one over found my people, you see it's 3. Those, the one in the center is the GMA, the one I told you was the most popular one, the one that means except for the Lord. That's what that means. And I put 3 because one for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Spirit. And that's why those are the way they are there. But each one of these Adinkra symbols has a particular meaning. And everybody that gets the book, come back on the website, contact, say, hey, I've got my book. I want to get the fact sheet to tell me the significance, the rich cultural significance embedded in the cover of the Found My People book.
Wow. That is that's powerful. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take one more commercial break, and then we're going to come back with one more wrap up question, and then we're going to say goodbye until next week, people. So make sure if you need to get your little snack, a little beverage, go ahead and get it while we have our commercial break, and we'll be back with Richard. Okay, we'll be back with Richard. We'll see you in a moment.
It's in your DNA poem. It goes like this. It does not matter what they say. There is greatness in your DNA. The proof is in the lies they choose to tell to make themselves feel superior. They point to chaos in different places, but hide what their hands did to bring it about. There is greatness in us, but they don't want it out. I think they know they could not compete if the field were level and they couldn't cheat. So on they go, lives filled with lies to make pretend and rationalize. They say all is equal. Why do you complain? Pretending that the constant lies have not changed the game and made people perceive just by your skin who should lose and who should win. There are some things you have to know. Don't wait for someone to tell you so. Reject the lies of yesterday. Embrace the greatness in your DNA.
And just like that, we are back when we're back with Richard. And I hope you enjoyed that commercial courtesy of Found My People with Richard. And I want you to embrace your DNA, like he said. And so we're going to bring him back to the stage. That was an amazing commercial of just taking us through a journey of just embracing our DNA, embracing our greatness, embracing that we are not what we are told we are based upon the color of our skin. Our mindset is a little bit different here in the United States versus someone who's born and raised in Nigeria or Ghana. And so the fact that we need to change our mindset in order to embrace who we are and who we're going to become as a people. I want to pull this up because I thought that this photo of you, we featured this on the cover of the Tina Ramsey Show magazine, but I really want to talk about this. Is that a cane? or
Yes, it's this. What you're seeing is traditional Igbo attire, and that red cap. The only reason I'm able to wear that red cap is because when I joined the local Nigerian community, and they saw that I legally changed my name, they said we have to mark this occasion. So in 2017, at the Independence Day celebration, they had on the program where the Igbo chiefs and the Yoruba chiefs actually called me up, officially accepted me into the Igbo and the Yoruba tribes. I mean, people group, just depending on, you know, who you are and what you say. And then the Igbo chiefs, the chiefs have to confer upon you to be a chief. You can't just be a chief. So they actually made me a chief. And so this is when you see an Igbo wearing that red cap, it is a chief. Only the chiefs wear the red cap. The clothing is called Ishiagu cloth. Agu is lion. Just like my name, Eze Agu, means king of lions, King Eze Agu, lion. This is the Ishi Agu. It's the lion's cloth. And this cloth is particular to the Igbo people. The necklace, this bracelet also, this is particular Igbo attire. And the 04 is the cane. And you see the lion. You see there the lion. So yes, that is traditional Igbo. That's the kind of attire Igbo chief will wear.
Wow. And I did not want to let this episode go by without giving it the spotlight that it needed in order for us to be able to connect. And many of us, we're still on that journey like myself, but it's so refreshing to hear your journey, to feel the confidence come through. And I want all of us to feel that. I can't wait for my book to get here. But listen, you guys, you can go to Amazon right now, or you can just go to foundmypeople.com and go and purchase it, foundmypeople.com, and go ahead and pick up this book today to get connected with your roots, to get connected with who you are and why. I mean, I didn't understand why I did things the way I do it until I started digging into my DNA. And then I realized that's indigenous to the people who I am. We do this, certain things that we say, a certain rhythm. Like I can hear a beat and my body just naturally moves to it. And it's indigenous to, well, the peoples or the tribe, whichever terminology you want to say.
That's right.
The same thing. And I didn't even know I was doing it until I started digging. And I was like, oh my God, I do that all the time. I say that. So really, it's a connection that we all need. And it is something that we really need to have these healthy conversations. And also go to individuals like Richard, who actually have the information and can kind of walk us through hand in hand on this journey of reconnecting oneself. Okay. So Richard, is there anything else you would like to share with our audience today?
Yes. First of all, I want to say hashtag we are exceptional, because I want you all to think about this. Anytime somebody might try to make you feel inferior or something like that, or by the color of your skin, number one, the tanning booths around the world make billions of dollars because people like darker skin. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people won't get in front of a camera until they get the color put on their skin. And we don't have to get that done. The melanin, a lot of people are using Botox to do what melanin naturally does for our women. You should see my mother, how good she looks at 84 years old. My mother's 84. And there's some people, you know, that are other younger that don't look nearly as good as my mother does, right? So I want you to understand hashtag we are exceptional. But what I want to leave you with is this, because the poem that you saw, that they just saw, that God gave me that on Badagry Beach, which is the point of no return. If any of you have Nigerian ancestors, Badagry Beach, a suburb of Lagos in Nigeria, is where the last place that they set their foot on the African continent before they were taken away. But there's another poem that God gave me, and it's the same title as the book. It's called Found My People. And it goes like this. I've found my people. You can too. There's a people for me and a people like a door that you found in your house that is new, with elaborate furnishings, all belonging to you. A people who will welcome and make you feel new. I've found the people for me. Now find the people for you.
That was simply amazing, you guys. So make sure that you go to foundmypeople.com and make sure that you go and purchase that book. And also, when you get the book, take a little screenshot to let us know that you that you got the book, and reach out to Richard so that he can send you that PDF.
That's right. You want to get that fact sheet because it's going to tell you, it's going to unlock the mystery on the cover. And the easiest way to find the book is actually to go to the foundmypeople.com website, because if you're inside of Africa, it goes to Okada Books so that you can click that Africa button. And if you're outside, USA and global, there's a button there for you. And so it'll take you to whatever Amazon is the closest place to you in the world. So the easiest way to get the book is actually to go through the foundmypeople.com website. And then you have the beautiful video. And, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's this great picture of, there's this like handsome guy at the bottom that you can see, this nice picture of. So, I'm not going to say no names, but, and then there's a podcast section, there's a podcast section right there where you can listen to podcasts that I've been on. And so, there's that handsome guy right there.
Yeah. So make sure you go to foundmypeople.com and make sure you go check out all of this amazing information. You can even listen to previous interviews that he has had as well. And as you can see, he make it super duper easy for you to be able to get the book no matter what four corners of the earth you find yourself at on today. Whether you USA, whether you're global, whether you're in Africa, you can still connect and be able to easily get your copy now. Thank you so much, Richard, for stopping by the Tina Ramsey Show and sharing.
Thank you. I've had a great time.
Oh, I did too. I really did too. So right now, you guys, I want you to know that if no one told you that you're amazing, that you're worthy, and that you're valued, I want you to know that I love you and I'm saying that you're amazing. And until next time, what do I want you to do? I want you to do what? Keep smiling. Okay, I'll see you guys next week for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast at 7:30 p.m. PST, because it's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Bye.
Go to Ctrmn.com and purchase my book.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. When we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate it.
See, it's Thought for Thursday. That's what we're doing today. Can you tell what kind of day I've had? Hello, everybody, and welcome to Thought for Thursday. I started Instagram just a few minutes ago and said, Happy Triumphant Tuesday. Yeah, it's been that kind of day. Not necessarily week, but definitely that kind of day. Anyway, happy to be at Thursday. Happy to have you here with me today. It has been a lot. This week has really been thought-provoking for me, as a riser, thinking about what it is that we're planning to do right? Now that we have gotten to our prime, or as we are approaching our prime, risers are at a special place. We're either approaching perhaps retirement and starting something new, or we are at the point where we are retiring, all right? Starting something new, or just starting retiring and doing your own thing, whatever your own thing may look like, or you're already there. You're retired, you've been doing some things, and you're trying to figure out exactly where you want to go for now, or where you want to go to now. And it's interesting. I came across some statistics earlier this week, and I basically told you about some of them in my teaser. And it talked about a couple of things. It said that 70%, and I've gotten this information from an organization, AAUW, and it says 70% of overall retirement income is what we make. That is what women make. 70% of what men make in their retirement income. And it says, at the same time, we're living a little longer than men. So what are we doing about that? How are we preparing for perhaps not having the income that we may totally need for retirement? How are we preparing ourselves to continue once our mainstream of income has ended, if we're not doing something else, if we are perhaps traveling for a while or doing something other than working for a while? How are we going to take care of making sure that we are still living the kind of lifestyle that we desire to have and our needs are being met? That's something to think about as someone in their prime years. And then the other question I asked is, wow, so we're at our prime. What now? We've been talking about it. I've also been in a conference this week that's talking about reinventing after 40 and transforming after 40. And that was right up my aisle as the reinvention strategist. And I learned so much, and I really got a pretty good glimpse into what we really should be focused on. And of course, again, those pain points that we hit at these prime years and how it is that we can deal with them and get past them. So let's deal with the first thing. I talked about those statistics with the money. We'll talk about that in just a second as you approach retirement. If you are there now, of course, there are various things that you can do if you're finding yourself at a point where you don't quite have that income that you desire to have. Perhaps something that you can find that will give you some type of income, part-time, something that you enjoy doing, really to kind of supplement what you already have coming in. Various things that you can do. Look at different places that you can live where it may be a little more economical than where you are now. A number of different things. Definitely connect with others who are like-minded, who are like you, who are perhaps trying to kind of navigate this field also, navigating finances and navigating where they are. Make sure that you connect with people who are going to be able to help you in that arena. I highly recommend a financial advisor who's going to be able to help you to navigate these years, not just now, perhaps as you're approaching them, as you're in them, and of course, in the future. So the other question is, I'm in prime now. What now? Well, we talk about that all the time here, don't we? Many of us decide that we're going to reinvent and start another career altogether, or we're going to reinvent and make the career that we're currently in more aligned with something that's going to be more fulfilling and something that's going to enable us to thrive. So there's several different things that you can do in order to live that thriving life, right? Of course, we talk about making sure that you understand your purpose and tapping into that and looking for different things that you can do in that arena that's really going to coincide with what you desire in your heart of hearts to really carry through, perhaps for the first time in life. Don't deny yourself the opportunity to go for those things that perhaps you've been putting on the back burner. All things that we talk about. Yeah, you're in your prime now. So go ahead and do some of those things that maybe you haven't done. And depending on your finances, definitely take the opportunity, for example, to explore the world. Go out and travel more. Perhaps you want to do something like picking up a hobby. Perhaps you wanted to golf forever and you haven't had the time up until now. Take some lessons. Of course, it's never too late to do that. Start gardening, something else that will definitely occupy your time and really give you that fulfilled sense when you sit back and look at the beauty of the things that you have created. What are some other things that you can do? Of course, we talk about volunteering. Go out there and get involved where people need some support. What else? Perhaps you finally have that opportunity to get in shape. Go and start an exercise regimen that's really going to put you in a better space physically. Do a home improvement project. Definitely spend time alone in reflection and doing a lot more reading. Join clubs. The list can go on and on and on. Work on your investments. Dedicate some time to taking a class, perhaps in something that you desire to really perfect or learn, and you haven't done that yet. Get into things like scrapbooking or quilting. Work on your family tree. The list goes on and on and on. You're in your prime. The bottom line is you can do what you want to do. All right? So don't limit yourself by thinking there are barriers that are going to prevent you from doing that. These are some of your best years. Last night, I heard that it is the second phase. It's the second mountain. You've already climbed one. It's time to go ahead and put yourself in position to climb that next one that's going to look a lot different from that first one you were on, where you were really preoccupied with ensuring that you kind of took care of everybody else probably. You made sure that you took care of the basic needs and all of the things that were required to help you with your family. Now you're on that second leg of the trip, right? And you can do it differently. So think outside of the box as to exactly how you may want to do that. You don't have any restrictions on how that looks. Go out and pursue it. Pave a new path if need be. Do whatever you need to do to make sure that things are looking the way that you want them to look. So now let me get back to that whole financial piece. So I gave you those statistics and told you about what retirement years could look like. I want to tell you some of the things that you need to do, women, my risers, as you approach those years, as you get ready to look and to have to sustain yourself off of what you have saved, what you have invested, and in what you now get as a part of being in your prime years. So what are some of the things that I am talking about? I need you to understand the key to stability. The key to achieving that financial stability is to make your money last, of course. So that's what you want to focus on as you are approaching those prime years. You know, life expectancy is continuing to rise. Like I said, we're living our best years and we have many more in front of us. Make sure that you can afford to stay in retirement as you live into your 80s and your 90s and beyond. If you don't desire to go out and seek additional income, make sure that where you are, you can sustain yourself. What else are we talking about? Hold on one second here. I'm moving a little faster than my banners are going up. I didn't want that to be a ticker, so hold on. Here we go. I'm not sure what's going on. Just wait a minute. I'm not sure why it's going up as a ticker, but make a list of your retirement goals, okay? It's kind of going by you slowly here. Make a list of those goals. Make sure that you understand what they are. What do you plan to achieve once you're done working? Sit down and think about that. If you haven't, it is definitely time for you to think about it. What are some of the most important aspects of retirement for you? What are the things that you just don't want to miss once you perhaps move from where you are now and approach that next half? What are a list of retirement goals? That's what I already said. And make sure you figure out how to stay financially stable as you work on achieving those goals. Number 3, make a list of your retirement essentials. That, above all else, will help you to determine what type of finances you need, what you will need in order to sustain yourself. Essentials are like basic housing and food and medications, other necessary costs. They're all tied to your financial stability. How much will your home cost during retirement if it's not paid off already? How will you be preparing meals? How is it that you will be getting the money to purchase your meals? What about utilities? All things that you think about as you approach those retirement years. Something else, combine your lists, all right, and then start calculating. So you're getting all of your lists together. Make sure you start to calculate so that you get an accurate description, an accurate assessment of what it is that you need. Include all of the costs for the list of essentials and the goals that you came up with, and all of that, and make a budget so that you can determine and that you can work already on staying within that budget. Again, this is for those approaching perhaps leaving that first career, even if you're talking about a second one, but definitely for those who aren't talking about perhaps going on to a second income, how it is that you're going to prepare to live those years out when you don't have the same income that you had before, and definitely when you have to be concerned with making sure that you have enough to sustain things. All right. So that was number 4. I've got just a couple more here. The 5th one, consider the growth of your investments in the future. You have investments right now. Consider that in the future. For some, the future may be coming real quick. For some, it may be a few years out. How much money do you expect to have once you retire? Hopefully you have a number in mind. How much can you expect these funds, all right, from the growth of your investments? How much do you expect these funds to grow during the retirement? Ideally, you want to live on your interest, correct? And not on your principal. So what income streams are going to contribute to your daily life once you're no longer at work? So yeah, take those investments into consideration, how they're going to grow, and figure out what all is out there, or make sure you understand or have things in place that are going to supplement where you currently are. And the last thing I'm going to say tonight is think about Medicare and Social Security. Do you want to really depend on those sources? Are you going to be able to survive on those benefits? Things don't look real promising in that arena. Depending upon what age you are, it may look a little more promising for some than others. How much are they really going to contribute to your lifestyle? All right. So all of these things are critical. Planning your retirement age is a crucial step also. When are you going to do that transfer? When are you going to go ahead and perhaps switch over to a new career, or switch into that stage where you're doing some other things that you've been dreaming of doing and you've been working so hard for finally approaching? Being in these years are beautiful years to be in. Being in an alternative way of making our funds is a little challenging at times if you do not plan for things appropriately. Retirement, it can be one of the best phases of your life ever, but planning is important. Planning has to be done appropriately. So make sure the financial things are in place as you approach retirement. If you're right there, then go ahead and start to put some plans into motion to ensure that the funds are going to be running in the way that you want them to really soon. What are you going to do? You're at your prime years. That was one of the other questions. You're going to live them out. You're going to reinvent if that's what you want to do. You're going to go into a second income if that's what you want. If you want to start your business, if you want a new career. That's the beauty of these years. You have choices. You don't have to stick with one thing or another. You really can go after what your heart truly desires. Planning the financial piece of it is key and very important so that you can live those years, thriving, of course, in purpose, on purpose, going forth and making that impression in the world that I always talk about you need to make because of your uniqueness and because of who you are and what you were designed to do and who you are designed to be. All right? So that's it. Whoa, you're at your retirement age, or whoa, it's prime years. Now what? Go out and live them. Go out and live them to the best of your ability. Go out and be audaciously, confidently who you are, knowing that you have meaning, you have purpose, you have value. Go out and impress the world with who you are by making an impression on something and making it better. All right? That's it. You guys go and have an awesome weekend. All right? We're almost there. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, guys. Have a good one. Hey, Dr. Carolyn, I'm sorry I didn't want to end. I just saw your comment. I'm glad you love this. I'm so glad you got some value out of this. Guys, continue to follow me. I'll have more things coming as well. We got to stick together, we risers, right? We got to help one another. All right. Have a great one.
Years old, right?
Oh, wow.
And so we were like, okay, well, how are we going to do this? And things just happen when you surrender to the universe and you just put intention out there, because intention is also energy, right? You're also manifesting that type of frequency. So things started happening, and then next thing you know, we're buying a one-way ticket, to Hawaii first to go see my mom for a bit, because my mom still lives in Hawaii. And then after Hawaii, we bought another one-way ticket to this side of the world. And then now here we are, and everything kind of just worked out in that sense. And now my children, they just seeing them every day with, the surprise and wonder in their eyes when we go to different places. I mean, that's priceless. It's just like, you can't put a price tag on that, and they're so excited about it. Me too. Like I haven't really traveled outside the U.S. much, and so, like I said, now being here and being able to travel here throughout Asia, it's been a blessing. It's awesome, and so yeah.
Yes, sir. Are you learning in Tagalog?
In Tagalog, no, I'm not learning. Well, I'm kind of learning. But my wife, she can understand and speak Tagalog fluently. So we're pretty set here, and the Philippines is actually our home base at the moment because of the visa that we can get. And I don't think a lot of people know this. If you're Filipino, or if you were born in the Philippines, if you come back, there's this like program called the Balik Bayan program. They'll give you a whole year without having to sign any visa or anything like that. So my
Yeah.
wife, she was born here, so she has her birth certificate and all that stuff, but she's a U.S. citizen, right?
Gotcha.
So on her passport, it says born in the Philippines. So when we came into the Philippines, they just stamped it for a whole year. And we were like, oh, we didn't even have to do anything. You know, it's like
perfect place to settle, right?
right. Yeah. So, you know, and now that we're here, like I said, we're using it as our home base to fly out to different, you know, to other countries. That makes it super easy, super affordable, you know, and like the Philippines, if a lot of people don't know, it's an English speaking country. So everyone speaks and understands English. I mean, not to our caliber, but they can understand because, you know, it's taught in the schools as a second language, right? And so when I came here, you know, they already think that I'm Filipino, so I already looked the part. But when they speak to me in like Tagalog, I'm like, oh, you know, I'm sorry, I'm not Filipino. But then when I speak in English, like they can, you know, I can get around on my own, like easy, right?
Okay.
So,
I have a question. Back to the as far as trauma, do most of your clients like is the most of their blockages from childhood trauma, or is it from adulthood trauma?
Good question. Very good question. Most of our blockages come from our whole lives, right? When I do the energy work, specifically emotion code and body code, when I tap into your subconscious mind, your subconscious will lead me to understand where the trauma and in what timeline that it wants to release. So when you think about your subconscious mind, you have to think that its main priority is to protect you, right? And it's a supercomputer that's in your mind. So your subconscious houses all of the different events, all the memories, all the instances of your life since you were born. And some people even believe before, right? Preconception. And so you have all of that information in your subconscious mind. So when a practitioner like myself taps into your subconscious mind, it's up to your subconscious mind to release whatever it wants to release, but its main protocol is to protect you first. So most times, what we find that when we start to work with clients for the first time, the trauma will come from specific things that's very recent, right? Because we're trying to open up and try to get familiar with how the trauma has impacted them, and the more we work with them, time over time, right? That's when the subconscious becomes a lot more open, because at that point, the client or the student will actually, get the sense of what they're feeling, what they're releasing. And then the subconscious is okay with going to the very deeper traumatic events, right? Things that happen in the childhood. Because with this type of work, we can also identify exactly, at around what age that trauma happened or that trapped emotion, happened, right? For example, for me, I had a trapped emotion of bitterness at the age of 17, around the age of 17. And then, I would release it. And then once you release it, what happens to most people is, their subconscious is open, and then memories will start flooding into their mind, right? Things will start to come to surface. And then we talk about it. We talk it through, and the emotion is released. And once it's released, a lot of people feel a lot lighter. You know what I mean? Their heart kind of opens up a little bit. They can breathe easier. If we're trying to, help them with physical pain, the pain subsides, right? So all these things happen, but it's primarily based on, what your subconscious allows us, the practitioners, to release. So I can't tell you right now, like, if I work with someone the first time, we're going to go all the way back to the childhood. Yeah. That's rarely the case, because like I said, your subconscious is always trying to protect you. And, for you to bring up those deep traumatic events, it might give you PTSD, and your subconscious will never allow you to feel that way if you haven't felt it before. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So yeah, so that's how this, energy healing works.
Yeah, I remember taking my transcendental meditation class, and they talked about positive stress and negative stress.
Yeah.
And they talked about it. The example they gave was that it was like a coil. And the more that you meditated, the more you unravel that coil and release that negative stress. They say the positive stress was like good things that happen to you in your life. You want to hold on to that. The negative, you want to get rid of it. And the more you do it, the deeper you go till you get down to that childhood stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that was explained. And they talked about the top. They gave a demonstration. The example was like water. The top is got waves. It's crashing. The deeper you go, the more calm it gets.
Right. Right. And psychology tells us that too, right? About childhood trauma. A lot of us that, if not all of us, that have childhood trauma, it just means that when we were children, we were experiencing a very traumatic event that our bodies couldn't process the emotions, right? And most of us, we were told to not feel, not cry, not express. And then we get into this survivor mode, right? Our nervous system gets regulated. And then now our subconscious is like, well, you need to start surviving. You need to start doing everything you can to not feel this way. And then that becomes part of your behavior trait. That becomes part of your personality, right? And then as you get older, all those things from the past, right? Because that trauma compounds over time, right? So if we don't work through it, if we don't work through it, it's just going to continue to build and build, and then that's what triggers are, right? You see or say one thing, and then boom, you're triggered. It explodes out of you, right? So that's like harboring all of those trapped emotions or energies that we really truly didn't work through. And like I said, like you said, T, when you work down to the childhood level, you get very deep into some of the things that you've been holding for a long time, right? Yeah.
Now another thing too is what I was told is that I was told this by I used to go see a psychiatrist when in my military stuff. And she was like, if you don't do something about your stress, the body will do something.
Right.
And that's where the twitching and the nervous blinking and all that kind of stuff, or stuttering and stuff like that comes from. I said the body will react, blacking out. If you don't do something, the body gonna say, well, I'm gonna do something right now.
Right. Exactly. And the body keeps the score. All right. I mean, there's a great book out there. And when you experience those type of things, most of us disregard it because the pain isn't as painful, right? We're not suffering when we're like twitching or, even when we have sharp pain, if it goes away, we don't really think about it, right?
Yeah, we're just thankful it's gone.
Right, exactly.
We stuff it and keep going. Yeah.
Right. But if you really look at your body, it's a very intelligent being, right? It's always talking to us, whether it's pain, sensations, twitching, twinges, whatever, like blinking, or, even when you feel good, like you have sensations or, you get goosebumps all over your body, right? That's always your body, it's super intelligent that it's always communicating with us. So when we start to become aware of all of that, then we can take that information and understand how to process these type of things or these type of events. Like if we go through something traumatic, we can then take on that emotion or those thoughts, and we can process through it in a very healthy way so that it doesn't affect us later on. We don't have to internalize it. We don't have to, hold on to it. We don't have to project it on other people, right? I mean, how many times, like, even with your relationships, like, maybe your wife comes home, she had a bad day at work, like she's gonna take it out on you, and you're like, well, I didn't even do anything. That's a transfer of energy. That's a transfer of projections because she couldn't really, process it through. My wife and I mean, our first 3 years of marriage was horrendous. It was not. I mean, she almost left me. She was like, she was, fed up, and she was like, you know what? If he doesn't talk to me, I'm out, right?
Yeah.
And I was still unhealed. I was still unaware. I was still defensive, right? Stubborn. And then when I started to do this work and become more mindful of my actions and behaviors, I started to realize like, whoa, like I need to look in the mirror at myself. It was like, why am I always angry? You know, why do I get upset when she just asks me a question about something? You know, how come I can't verbalize my emotions?
Yeah, is
right?
it that serious?
Yeah, I was very emotionally unavailable. Like I would always, because she's an empath, so she like feels her emotions to the nth degree, right? Me, on the other hand, I was like, one word answer. How do you feel today? Good. I'm all right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, right. Even if
Good.
something's going on my mind, even if I'm like worried about something, I didn't know how to articulate that.
Yeah.
And so she would get upset. She would get frustrated. You're like, can you just give me more than just you're okay? I know you're not okay. Your body's your face is not telling me that, right? Your energy is not speaking that to me. And so like I literally had to relearn how to feel, how to be vulnerable, how to express. And most of that was getting into my body and understanding how each emotion felt, you know, and meditation helps a lot with that as well. So
now, what would you say about people that think it's not masculine to tap into this energy?
I would say I would ask them where they learned that from, right? Because I think there's a huge misconception about masculinity and femininity and the different, you know, dichotomies of energy. And because of their upbringing and what they know and what they've learned about masculinity, that might, you know, cause them to be confused about it. I think being vulnerable is very masculine because it takes a lot of courage, right? If you follow Brene Brown, vulnerability, she says that, you know, most of the more courageous men have to tap into their vulnerability in the face of fear, but that's where courage comes from, right?
Yeah.
And most men, we mask that with all of these other, you know, emotions that might be very detrimental, you know, just to get our point across, or we become very egoic, we become very controlling, right? Even sometimes narcissistic. And that's not very conducive to, you know, being in a relationship, a healthy one, you know, for that matter, or even understanding how we manage our own energies, masculine or feminine, right? So for me, I guess I was highly masculine when I couldn't be vulnerable with myself, but in turn that affected my wife, my kids, you know, my kids were scared of me. Like they didn't want to even like, cause I was always angry. I was always projecting. I was always like, you know, bleeding my resentment onto them when I was unaware. Right. So some guys might see that and be like, wow, he's really like masculine, because like his masculine energy is like overpowering him. Correct. But if you have a balance in between that, you can then be even as effective with, you know, a sense of femininity in there, right? So I can still be effective with my children being more sensitive to get my point across. Because specifically with children, if they're scared, they're not going to pay attention.
Oh, they don't hear you.
Yeah, they're not going to hear you, right? You have to create that safe space. But most men, I feel that, you know, we were just taught the wrong way. We were shown the wrong way. And that's not, you know, to the fault of whoever taught us that, right? Like my father, you know, I can't even blame him because he had his own traumas that he didn't work through. And I didn't know that at the time, right? It's only now that I'm truly compassionate and understand what he had to do for us. So all of that resentment and bitterness is gone, right? There's nothing but forgiveness and compassion and deep gratitude and love now. But that came from, you know, understanding within myself and my own healing.
10-4. Man, go ahead, JB.
I was gonna ask, what kind of like techniques do you use to rebalance the energy in a person?
So besides emotion code, the energy healing technique, what I like to do is I like to tell people to get into their bodies, right? Because every time there's an imbalance in energy, your nervous system gets dysregulated. And you can feel it because things start to happen within your body. Like your muscle starts to tense up, your pupils get dilated, you might start to sweat or like, stem a little bit and tremble. That's your body trying to protect itself already. So for me, my number one thing is once you feel like there's something, becoming imbalanced, or you feel anxious or tense, go straight into breathing. It's free, it's available, it's simple. All you have to do is just take a couple of deep breaths in and out, right? And just drop your shoulders, unclench your jaw, and just try to focus on the breath. A lot of people don't, they overlook the power of breathing. And I'll tell you a quick story, because I didn't get into breath work until 2 years ago. And I read this book called Breathe by James Nestor.
Yeah, I read that book also. Yeah.
I read. I mean, that's the reason why I tape my mouth when I sleep. That's the reason why I train with just breathing through my nose. And just by doing all of that and breathing correctly, like my allergy symptoms all went away. I don't sneeze in the morning no more. I don't have any sniffles. I can run 6 miles with my mouth closed with no water. And my recovery is like amazing, right?
Yeah.
So when we learn how to breathe, and deep belly breathing and all that stuff, and this breathing has been around for thousands of years too, right? Tibetan monks do it, right? That's why they can meditate in like the Himalayas without even feeling any type of cold. Like Wim Hof is another person who teaches this technique about breathing. Like it's so important, and I think a lot of us overlook the simplicity of it, but it also has a lot of healing qualities. So if your energy is kind of out of whack, the first thing I would say to tell someone is, just to intentionally, consciously breathe, for like a minute or so, and just do deep belly breaths in and out, and you should automatically feel good.
Gotcha. Now, man, I seen here, man, it says that you got married 4 times. Me myself, man, I've been married twice. There's two different women, but you got a story of being married 4 times.
No. Well, I married the same girl 4 times. So I married my wife 4 times. That's a funny story because we have 4 different wedding anniversaries.
Wow.
So we got married in a civil ceremony, right? So just to get the paperwork, and that was in Oakland, California. We got married there, and I had my friend officiate, the whole ceremony, which is beautiful. And then we came to the Philippines, and we got married in her Catholic tradition, right? Because my wife is Catholic, so we got married at her mother's province, in the Philippines, in this like 1700 year old church. It was beautiful. So we had that was the second wedding, and then the third wedding was our beach wedding, and that was also in the Philippines, and that was on a separate island. So that was wedding number 3, and then the fourth wedding was in my Laotian tradition. So we had that back in California. So we have like 4 different wedding anniversaries.
How do you keep up with that, bro? How do you
keep up with that?
You got all the birthdays. You got all the birthdays. Then you got all the anniversaries.
All right.
Google Calendar.
Yeah. The reminders. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now I'm gonna say this, man. Now Bay Area. I'm pretty sure you familiar with E40.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. He was in H-Town yesterday. He came to Bun Beach Trill Burgers. Yeah, he was in town.
Okay. Yeah.
Now I seen you had Golden State on your wall, and
yes,
so you're a Golden State fan. Man, how do you feel about Chris Paul being with the Warriors now?
Let me see. Let me dissect this. So I disliked Chris Paul for a long time. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say the H word. That's some bad vibrations. But I disliked him for a long time because of his style of play, and just the little nuances that he would do But then again, when you look back, he was just playing the system and understanding, you know, the rules and all that stuff, right? Like that whole swiping thing. Every time he would do that, I'm like, like, and you know, our rookies that would just fall for him, like, for real, bro. Like that's like the third time, man. Like, come on, man. Like Kuminga, he would always get on Kuminga and Moody. Like in the last year, I was like, oh my gosh, dude. But you know, they're still rookies, right? They don't know. But his style of play was what really irritated me, you know. But I knew his caliber of play. I knew like he plays at a very high level. And so now that he's on our team, I'm more I mean, I'm waiting to see how he's gonna gel with our system and the rest of the players. I know he has a lot of history with, you know, with Steph Curry and all that stuff. But I kind of want to see how, like, you know, Coach Kerr is going to take, you know, the team forward with different, you know, systems, and if he's going to come off the bench or, you know, if he's going to lead at the point. I mean, I'm more intrigued than to stick with my feelings of disliking him.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
On that, man, real quick. On that, I feel like with him handling the ball, that frees Steph and Clay up to run around a whole lot more. They already catching hell trying to chase them too. And if people complain about them not having the ball and having to chase them down. With him handling the ball and them moving around, it's gonna be killing. And I also heard that supposedly they re-signed DeMarcus Cousins.
I didn't know that. Oh,
I seen an article yesterday. Supposedly and they re-signed him. So hopefully that's true. He stays around because that opens up the floor too. He's got good post moves and he can shoot the three.
Yeah, he's a big man.
He can't jump.
He can't jump. And to your point, you know, when Chris Paul is going to be at the, if he's going to be at the point and Steph is and Clay is going to be running around, even if they don't get open, he can already make his own plays. He's done that. I mean, he did that in the Houston series where we almost lost that one year unless he got injured. I was like, like if he didn't get injured, we would have. I would have been like, oh,
yeah,
man,
we would have took that serious.
We would have taken it serious for sure. Like I was sweating bullets. I was like, oh man. Like, and then you know I kind of felt guilty too because when he got hurt, I was like, man, I don't want to.
You were celebrating.
Right. We winning, you know. I was like, but he was dominating, you know.
Yeah, he was.
He was
James Harden checked out and he checked in.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and if there's no other players, he would just make that little mid-range shot anywhere he wants and just, you know, it's good. Yeah. So I'm excited for the season. I'm really looking forward to it, and you know, to see where we're gonna take this. I know we have like, you know, at least 3 more years to chase the championship, and I think we're at least gonna win one more, man. I want at least one more for Steph.
I believe that's gonna happen too, man. I believe it's gonna happen too.
Yeah. So,
man, now back to the travel, man.
Yeah.
The decision y'all made to move overseas. How long did y'all think about the decision, man? Or was it just a New Year's resolution? You was like, we just gonna do it.
You know what, it was. Like I said, we've always wanted to travel, and everything just lined up. Like when I say everything lined up, like things just started happening when we couldn't explain it. You know, like
gotcha.
My wife and I were like, you know, if we want to travel, let's just do it. You know, we didn't even know how. We didn't know, you know, like we were living with our parents at the time. We're like, but we got so much stuff. What are we gonna do with the stuff? So then I just started selling things, you know, on Facebook Marketplace, you know, then I sold my car, and I was like, well, now we don't have a car, so this you can't look back now, right? So then we bought our ticket. We bought our ticket, and then it just happened one after another, and then next thing you know, we end up here, right? And even when we got here, we feel like the universe has already like conspired for us to like
just lined everything up.
In a very comfortable way. Like even where we're living now, like it's you know, a good friend of mine, it's his investment property. Gotcha. And he had just gotten the keys. He had just gotten like turned over, right? And then he knew that I was coming out here. He was like, man, I would love to like have you guys rent it because I trust you. You know,
Yeah.
like I know you're gonna take care of it. Like I'll give
Yeah.
you a sweet deal and all that stuff. I was like, okay, okay.
Relationships are a big
Right.
thing, man.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Now,
So I mean,
what would you say is the difference between being in the States, having all that responsibility, and then let some of that go, and then being where you're at now?
oh, it's a lot lighter for sure. Energetically, mentally, stress wise. You know, when you come to a different place where you don't know the language, you know, and you're forced to get outside your comfort zone, even though we've been here a couple of times already, we haven't really immersed ourselves in the culture, right? And really like lived here long term to understand how the environment's going to impact us. And so when we came here, you know, we started to see the different nuances compared to the States and the Philippines, right? The vibe here is way more relaxed. People are way less stressed. They're way more happier with their lives, even though, you know, economically they're not making, you know, as much, right? Like everyone here is like smiley and polite and just like loving, you know, like, and they hang out with their families, and all the weekends are always packed and doing activities, you know. It's like, you know, in the States, it's like you go somewhere, if you smile at someone, they might look, they might
Yeah,
look
look
at
at
you
you funny. Yeah.
like, what you smiling at, bro? I'm like,
Exactly.
I'm just smiling, man.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
got a
so-
chance to, while I was in the military, I got a chance to travel around Asia a lot. I lived in Japan for a year, and I got a chance to go to South Korea. I also got a chance to go to Hong Kong. So yeah, I'm Chinhae, Donghae, Seoul, Korea, Hong Kong, all over Japan, man. And so just the way of life, you know, it's like people not worried about certain things that stress us here. Life is easier, food is healthier. Like we were talking about medicine earlier. Over there at the pharmacy in Japan, they had plants. They had plants in the pharmacy, and somebody would come with their prescription, and the pharmacist would take the leaves off, so he take bark and then he grind it up and then put that into a capsule and then give it to the customer. When I saw that, I was like, boy, they would not allow that in the States, even though I feel that's the best thing. They would not allow people see that, they're gonna shut that down.
Right.
But it was just so amazing, man. And then also too, man, I had a friend and she told me, she said, we can eat whatever we want as long as we drink this tea. I think it was like some oolong tea or something. And she was like, she said, you can eat greasy food, drink this tea, clean you out, you good.
Yeah. So there's one thing I wanna mention about, you know, the major differences specifically when it comes to food. So when we first got here, I started to notice and become aware of how much I eat. So in the States, man, I go to the taco truck, buy a fat burrito with 2 tacos, horchata, you know what I mean? I would inhale the whole thing. Like I would eat everything. And then I'd feel tired and lethargic and like, you know, like don't want to do anything, right? And all the stuff that we bought there, like you said, you know, a lot of processed stuff too.
Yeah.
And then when we came here, you know, even when the first couple weeks or 2 to 3 weeks, we would go out to eat and, you know, buy food, and I would notice that our table was full of food, right, for me and my family.
Yeah.
But then I look over the other table, and you know, the normal people, you know, the locals there, they just have one plate to themselves, and they would just eat, and everything would be good. I'm over here like, are they gonna get full with that? You know? You know? So then I'm over here looking at myself like, I think I'm overeating, you know?
Yeah.
And that whole understanding with myself really tripped me out, because then I became aware that I was. So now that I'm living here for, you know, almost going on 9 months now, I've learned to like eat to the point of just feeling content. Not too full, not still hungry, but just enough. And I feel good. My energy's good. I'm super, you know, focused still, and you know, I'm not as tired. And then, like I said, the food is, you know, even way more organic here. So I don't have to worry about all that stuff. I mean, my bowel movements are awesome. You know, we haven't even gotten sick here. Like it's just great. You know, like back home, man, it's totally different. And you see that And that's the point. And that's why I think, I feel and I think everyone should travel. You should always get a chance to like go somewhere else and experience something else, and experience a new, culture and how they live. Because you never know, like if something, is good for you, but it's on the other side of the world.
Exactly.
You're gonna miss out if you don't go.
If you don't go and see it,
Yeah. So
don't believe the stereotypes. Don't believe the hype. Go over there and go see it, man.
Exactly.
Another thing I noticed too is the way of life in most places outside of the States. People looked younger for long periods of time, and there was a low amount of overweight people.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, the vibe here is totally different. They're not really stressed out. And let me just say another thing about specifically the Philippines, because that's the one thing I noticed here was like the traffic, right? Crazy traffic.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's get in where you fit in. Like there's motorcycles, there's people walking, there's like cars and trucks, there's no lanes, they make their own lanes. But something about the collective understanding, they don't get into any accidents.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one car accident here since I've been here. That's 9 months.
Yeah.
Since I'm there, I rarely hear like police sirens.
Yeah.
When I was in the States, every day, multiple times a day. Yeah. And that does something to your psyche, right? Like
exactly.
You automatically get tense, like, oh shit, what's going on? Like I hope everyone's okay, or like is something happening, right? Like it makes you tense. Here, I don't hear it. Maybe once a month, twice a month, and we live in like a metro city. So, and I don't see any, accidents or nothing. And everyone's like, they walk everywhere, so everyone's like real fit and, they're just like I said, happy and very respectful. Everyone's like greeting you all the time, it's amazing, and if we've been to other countries too, and it's the same way.
Yeah, I remember being in different parts of Asia and seeing people in the 90s, smoking cigarettes. No walker, no wheelchair, no cane.
Yeah.
Working in the field, squat down, stand up. They not none of that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, how these people 90-something years old still moving like that? And we have people over here that's 30, 40, 50, got the walker on all 13 different meds. That's why I say you have to get out and go see the world. You may just find your healing.
Yeah. Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
You guys? I love the name of your podcast. How did you come up with that? Why did you come up with that?
Man. When one of my buddies, man, we wanted a name that would stick out and get attention. Yeah. Because also too, we were seeing that there was a lot of platforms where men didn't have a voice. And what we felt like a narrative that was being pushed is that men just always wrong no matter what, and they just have to accept it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even when you're right, you're wrong. So we wanted a platform we could have our voice. And also too, is for betterment of men and correcting men.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go back to you with a question.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
So can you tell us about a time where everyone thought you was wrong and you were right? Or can you tell us about a time when you were wrong, living wrong, or what did you do to make it right or be right?
Wow. I'm going to go with the latter, because when I first saw the show, your podcast, right, and the title of your podcast, that my immediate thought was, damn, I was wrong for a long time about myself. Right? Like I said, I was very defensive, very unaware, very unhealed. So I always thought that I was always right. Everything I did was take it or leave it, right? All of my past relationships ended like that because I would either walk away, because they didn't conform to what I was saying or doing. And, I never thought that I was ever wrong. And so when I finally got into a relationship where I knew that I couldn't leave my wife no matter how upset I got, which was crazy, right? Like And she was like the only woman ever that I can ever see myself growing old with. All my other relationships, I never had that vision. But with her, for some reason, I had that. So even at the height of my anger or, bitterness or whatever, or defensiveness, for some reason, I would always come back. I would always be magnetically, back to her. And there were many times where I was wrong, right? And how I corrected that was to do my own healing. I really had to ask myself the hard questions. Like, why do I behave like this? Why am I so defensive? Why can't I talk about my feelings? Why do I get triggered all the time, right? These are difficult questions for me to ask because I came from my background of like, I'm always right and you're wrong,
Yeah.
And so whatever I said, you have to take it, because when I look back, that's the way my father was, right? My mother was very submissive. So it was like his rule or no rule, or his say or no say, right? Like you couldn't go against anything that he said. And so he was always right, even though he was wrong, right? Even though he made a mistake, he would still, be correct. And I adopted that attitude, being around that and being an observant to that type of behavior. So that stuck with me throughout my relationships until, this one fateful one where I really had to dig deep and ask myself those hard questions to start the healing journey, right? Because that's what happens. I got so tired of arguing about the same stuff.
Yeah.
That was like, I was like emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually depleted, but I knew I couldn't be without her. I was like, something has to give. Like, she ain't changing, so what else is there, right? I had to look at myself and be like, I think it's me.
Yeah.
Self-reflection, man.
Right.
Yeah, most definitely self-reflection.
Right. So, and for those of you that are, and for your audience, this is something that I teach my students. If you don't know where you are in your healing journey, for myself personally, there's the 5 stages that I've went through, and it might give some of your audience some clarity on where they are, right? Because initially, first what happens is we become aware, right? And they all start with A. So the first stage is awareness. For me, my awareness was like my anger issue, defensiveness, not being able to articulate my emotions, right? And I couldn't connect on a very emotionally intimate level. And so I had all these like deficiencies in that sense. And then I became aware because I was so tired. I was so depleted and exhausted. I was like, something's got to give, right? And then when I went through that awareness stage, you then start to ask those questions, those hard questions to yourself.
Yeah.
And then you have to really do a lot of, shadow work to accept all the parts, all the shadows, all the, the childhood traumas that, you dealt with that, produced all of these different behaviors, right? Or produced all these different personality traits. And so that stage is the hardest stage, because that's when you really have to look at yourself and be like, well, there's all this stuff, there's something wrong with you. And you messed up a lot of times, right? You could have did this, you could have did this way, or, you could have made this decision. So you have to go through all that. And then you go into the action stage where you start to do the work. You start to like take care of yourself, right? Take meditation classes, see a psychiatrist, a therapist, or whatever, right? Work on yourself, do a self-care routine, and then really try to, implement positive discipline and behavior to help you, get through those shadow parts of yourself, to make you fully understand who you are. And then that's when you start to realize your healing, which is like the actualization stage. You start to heal. You start to realize like, oh man, under all that trauma, I'm this type of person. Under all that trauma, I value this, right? Under all of that trauma, this is what brings me joy. This is my definition of success. This is my definition of happiness, right? And then when you get to that stage, you then become your most authentic self. And that's the last stage, right? Everyone, healing is just you remembering who you truly are to get to your most authentic essence, right? Because at that point, you're very unapologetic. You know, nothing, no one can tell you anything. It's like, I have my truth, you know, and I stand with that, and I'm not bothering you, you know, because I'm living my life, you know, like you do you, I do me, and the world is good, you know. So
yes, sir, man. Now, what events or workshops or things you got coming up, man? How can people find you?
Oh yeah, so I have a free Facebook community called the Healing Tribe. You can just look up Healing is the Hustle on Facebook. You'll find it there. People can join there. I have weekly trainings in there right now. And I teach all this stuff, you know, how to begin your journey, how to do proper self-care, right? Talk about setting boundaries and all that stuff. You can also go to any of my social media channels, Jay Chantalangsi. I have my website that has a whole bunch of resources you can download for free.
I'm going to pull that up for everybody, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's like resources there. If you're interested in doing energy healing, you can set up a session with me, or I'm also accepting one-on-one coachings, clients at the moment as well.
But yeah, you can see all his social medias are right there on his page.
Right.
All these links.
All
right. So.
Yeah. So yeah, and you have like resources there. I am coming out with a course on TikTok as well that I'm going to be launching pretty soon. So, look out for that. Also, I'm working on a book right now that explains those 5 stages of the healing journey. And so hopefully that's going to come out by next year. We'll see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So.
Yes, sir, man. Make sure y'all go to Jay Chantalangsi webs.com, man. Website, man. Get the information. Tap in with him, man. Amazing dude, man. Hey, we've been talking like we've been knowing each other for a long time.
I know.
The energy is good, man. Good energy.
Yes. I mean, like I said, thank you so much for this opportunity. I was excited to be here and, to have this type of conversation. And likewise, your energy is really, really good. I mean, it's different when you vibe like that. And like I said, everything's energy, right? So appreciate you.
Man, I like to give a shout out, man, to a friend for mine.
Yes.
a mutual friend for hooking this up, and also, man, I'm a big supporter.
Yes.
So, man, make sure you go to his website, and also make sure you get her book. Can you hear me? You see, I was supporting your boy. Got a copy. I got a copy. I'm for real with it. It's on Amazon. Go get
it. Yes.
Francis Fomine.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her audiobook to be done so I can listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. She sent me
a quick read. It's a quick read. It's really good.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of good stuff.
This definitely has opened my eye to a lot of things. And like I said, I never heard of energy healing, but the information that you gave today has kind of opened my eyes. Coming from America, we're always taught the pill is the answer. By you explaining the whole energy thing, it makes sense. It's like modern medicine is actually trying to catch up to what's already been going on for centuries. So it definitely was valuable information.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I think there's a place and time, for Western medicine, but like I just want to touch on that because you just having this type of curiosity to learn more is where it all begins. And I think for everyone, if they're open-minded in this way to understand, like there's other modalities that may help them, right? And the one that I do is just one, right? You talked about Reiki, there's acupressure, acupuncture, there's EFT, right? Tapping, there's quantum healing. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff out there. And I'm a huge proponent of healing. So even if my clients and students come to me and the work that I do, doesn't really work for them, I tell them, go find something else. There's so much that we have this supercomputer on our, in our hands, like you can look up anything and find something that resonates, find something that can help you, begin that healing journey for yourself, whether it be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, whatever it is, right? Because I think after after a while, when people understand, and take responsibility for their healing, they can change their life, right? They can change their life for the better, right? And that's what everyone strives to do, is just to live, life to the fullest and experience all the wonder and beauty and, love that they're born with, right? I mean, it's their birthright. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel, man, I feel as if when we come in this world, we already have, and we're closer to the creator. And then as we go through this life, we get kind of corrupted.
Disconnect,
But things get in the way, we get distracted. And we have to find, it's on us to get back balance and find our way back to the energy and the almighty creator.
Yes. Yeah. And that's exactly it. Like I said, even going through this whole healing journey, like you're just trying to find your way back before you were tainted, before all of the trauma, before all of the, pain and suffering, right?
Yeah.
Because it deep down inside of all of us, we're pretty much the same type of compassionate being, like you look at kids, they're prime examples of how we're supposed to be, even how they regulate themselves emotionally. It's the same thing. We just
honesty.
Yes. Very, very honest. Yeah.
They're gonna let
Very
you know.
honest.
Very,
very candid. You know what I mean? But it's like, but even if they feel sad or whatnot, and they get through it, they go back to being there in their homeostasis, way of being happy, right? They just are very curious, and they just want to enjoy the moment. I look at my kids all the time. I'm like, man, they're just having fun with this little block,
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Imagination going wild. Just creating stuff, creating an environment.
Exactly. And we can do that. I've done that many times, even in meditation. Like I'll come out of a meditation, I'm like, that was wild. Like you have like these crazy psychedelic experience. You're like, whoa.
I'll tell you real quick, man, before we get up out of here. Like my experiences in meditation is almost like a weightlessness. It's like and the more I did it, the quicker I got into the meditative state. It got to the point to where I sat down, relaxed, got calm, and then my mind was clear, and boom, I was in it. When I first started, it took longer to calm the thoughts and clear my mind. And then it felt like weightlessness, like my body was gone and my head was floating. Then it felt like I wasn't breathing, because the breathing becomes so shallow, and you just calm. Sometimes you catch yourself, you do that, and I would feel like I'm traveling, or I would have memories of things that I thought I forgot about.
Right.
Or sometimes, man, you can also say I might see some things that ain't happened yet.
Yes. So I'll give you a quick example about that. Just today, I was meditating for like 35 minutes, and I have this marathon that I'm gonna do here in the Philippines, right? My first international marathon, and I went into the meditation just wanting to relax my body. I was like, I'm gonna just sit here and just relax my body. As soon as I went into the meditative state, like all these visions of me running, like into the different places of the course of the marathon and stuff like that. Like I saw myself taking off my shirt, like drinking some water and like finishing the finish line. I'm like, wow. Like, and then I came out of it, I was like, felt like I already did it.
I already did,
Because when you're in that state, your mind doesn't know the difference between imagination, visualization, or reality. Right. And that's why we kind of get these crazy moments in that meditative state, because our brain waves are so, it's the frequency is at a very low level, right? Beta, alpha, even gamma levels. Like that's when things start to look really, like out there. You're just like, what? Floating in space, your body's not there. I've had all those experiences that you explain, and it's hard to talk to someone that
hasn't experienced it.
Because you're just like, what? You can do that? I was like, yeah, everyone can do this.
You can do this without putting anything foreign in your body.
Right, exactly. And people have been doing this for thousands of years. Thousands of years, and it's people have their apprehensions about it because of their own beliefs and stuff like that. But I always say, man, it's like I believe everyone should be meditating. I don't
Yeah.
care what background or whatever it is that
Exactly.
you're from. Like just a couple minutes a day, just staying consistent will can change your life. You know?
Yeah, tremendously.
Yeah.
All right.
Bro, man. Thank you, man, for coming on,
Yeah,
man.
thank you
We
so much,
appreciate
man.
you, bro. We're gonna have to do this
Thank you.
again in the future, man.
Yes,
Yeah.
likewise.
Man.
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
for
man.
sure.
Once
I'm grateful
again,
to be
man,
here.
make sure y'all go to his website. All his social media links on the website. The website is at the bottom of the screen. Make sure y'all tap in, man. Follow this man. Take his coaching. You know what I'm saying? Help yourself. Help you help yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get that healing.
Yes. Yes.
Exactly, man.
Healing is the hustle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bro, we appreciate you, man. And we're going to have to do this
Thank you
again
for
in
your
the future,
time.
bro.
Oh yeah. My pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you guys both.
Man, that has been an amazing show, man. The Men Can Always Be Wrong podcast brought to you by CTR Media. Man, we want to thank our guest again, Jay Chantalangzi. And man, it's an amazing show, bro. Man, we talk like we've been knowing this brother forever.
Yeah.
G was
Good guy, man. Definitely.
And get the good energy in your life. Check him out. Check out all his courses and everything, man. Go to his website. Check out everything, man. Tap in with him on social media, man. Follow this man so you can get the attention and the help that you need, man, to self-heal yourself and take your self-care seriously.
Yeah.
Get your guy
Get
T
that trauma out
Swin.
your body.
Exactly.
Get that trauma out your body.
Yeah. Your guy T Swin and
your boy J Bean.
Yes, sir. We are out.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
What up, everybody? It's your guy T Swin. As you know, I was recently featured in Ctrmn magazine's March issue for my transportation music. Well, the wait is finally over. The transportation music is here now. Man, you can play it, stream it, download it, live, man. Spread the word. Good, clean music that jams. Be a part of history in the making, man. The first ever all transportation music album ever. Own genre, transportation music. Ride what you got, T Swin. Let's get it.
Yes, let me show you how to pick it up and move it. Homie, this is transportation music. Slowly ease your mind while you're cruising. Homie, this is transportation music.
it because it was part of you, like you said earlier, part of your DNA. So it made.
And why I'm so excited about it, everything that continues to happen and happened before. When I remember how it was, you realize this really is your life. This is not something you went to school and trained for. I trained for the music part of it, but for the humanity, it's who God trained me for.
That's powerful. That's powerful.
If I get to play the role of Annie Johnson, you won't be able to hit me in the head with a red apple.
Let me tell you, that is powerful in itself. And thank you so much for sharing. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show. I am so excited to have today's featured guest because when I think about making moves and breaking records, captivating audiences all over the world, of all backgrounds, today's featured guest, Melba Moore, is the definition of marvelous. She's the first African-American woman or actress to take over a leading role in the hit Broadway play Hair. She is also the first African-American actress to win the Tony in the category of Best Supporting Actress for her role in Pearly. In addition, she's also the first African-American couple with the amazing Clifton Davis to have a network TV variety show called The Melba Moore and Clifton Davis Hourly on CBS. And who can forget her impressive 5-octave vocal range, creating multiple #1 hits such as A Little Bit More, You Stepped Into My Life, and Read My Lips, having 55 single releases in her impressive music portfolio, and adding to that legacy, the beautiful new hit album, Imagine, which is truly a family affair and a true labor of love. Today, Melba Moore, she's not slowing down. She is actually on a project with the iconic movie, Adaptation of Imitation of Life, with the portrayal of Annie Johnson at the Cicely Tyson Theater. And this summer, she will receive a much-deserved honor and the acclaim that she deserved with receiving her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And to think, Melba Moore started off as a school teacher after graduating college. So right now, without further ado, let me just bring her on, the marvelous Melba Moore. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. What an intro. Thank you for having me. Wow, I did all that.
Yes, you did. And that's just some of it.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm just so excited to have you here today because when I think about ones who breaking barriers, ones who made history, you definitely fit that definition of marvelous. You fit it to a T. And so, although, growing up in a musically inclined family, you started off as a school teacher. So what made you transition from school teacher to go into singing and the entertainment industry?
I think quickly, it was in my DNA. My natural father was Teddy Hill. He was a very famous band leader back in the big band days. But he didn't marry my mother. My mother was a single parent until she married my stepfather, who she had a performance group with. And he was a piano player and a singer. And he had a son and a daughter. So then I had a full family. I had siblings, but he made us all learn how to play the piano. And music became from not being in my life at all to being the centerpiece of our whole family life. Everybody played the piano. All my stepfather's sisters and brothers played the piano or some instrument. So all of a sudden, it was the centerpiece of our lives. And then they determined that, I'll put it like my stepfather said. He said, I want you to get a real job, not like you and like me and your mother, because we never know what our work is going to be from day to day. We want you to have some security. So that's why my sister and my brother and I, we were all school teachers. One of my brothers was an attorney, but we were all in some kind of intellectual arena rather than performance. That's why we went there. But then at a certain point, I said, well, Daddy, that's your dream. It's not mine. So would you mind, helping me to get into the industry. And if it doesn't work, I'll come back and teach. Well, he took me around to some of his agents and booking agents and publishers and different people that he knew. But one of the first people I met just sitting in the office there was Valerie Simpson. She had some other business there. And so we just started talking and we exchanged information. And she said, well, can you read music? I said, I teach music. What do you mean read music? No. No, I said, yes, I do. but meeting her was my entree into the industry as a studio backup singer. One of the recording sessions that we were booked to do turned out to be for a gentleman, a composer by the name of Galt McDermott. And he was also a keyboard artist. And he was performing his own album of the music from the Broadway musical Hair. He had written all the music for Hair. And he was being assisted by Jim Rader and Jerry Ragney, who were the two stars of the show. But they had also written the book and the lyrics. So they were together doing all the music from this Broadway musical. I had never even been to a play at that point. And nothing in my history or in my life that indicated that I would have anything to do with theater. But the album that he was working on took about 2 weeks to do, because he did all of the music from it. And but at the end of the session, they informed us that they were still casting. And they basically liked the way we sang, and they were looking for strong singers. And what they promised was that if we wanted to, we could go down and sing for the producer and the director. And if we wanted to be in the play, they would make a place for us. So it was not really an audition. Or we were auditioning by singing the backup music, and they were looking for strong singers. But that's how I got my first Broadway show, which happened to turn out to be Hair. Before I left the show, I wound up doing the female lead and replacing Diane Keaton, being the first Black actress to replace a white actress. But it sounds like an accident, but you know there is a God.
Yes.
No accident.
That wasn't an accident. And the thing right now is celebrating its 55th year anniversary on the hit Broadway play Hair. And just to think about how everything